Greetings and salutations, and welcome to this regular scheduled board meeting for Monday, May 8th, 2023. Is there a motion to approve a treasurer pro temp?
So moved.
We need to nominate one first.
Sorry. Nominate Job Esau Perry for treasurer pro tem.
Thank you, bro. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Ms. Autry. Is there any discussion? Roll call. I'll do roll call on this. Mr. Alexander?
Present.
Ms. McKittrick?
Yes.
Ms. Autry?
Yes.
Ms. Jackson?
Present.
Mr. Perry?
I'm here.
Okay. All right. So now we will move
You
to
didn't call yourself.
Oh, Dr. Hall. Aye. Folks, we're dealing without a treasurer tonight, so we are approving a temporary treasurer pro temp to preside this evening. So apologies for some of the confusion with regard to that. Okay, so next we are going to rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. We have Cadet Second Lieutenant Delancia Brown, the corporate commander. We'll talk about trophies, blah, blah, blah. Okay, let's do it. All right. Are you all leading us? Okay.
Color guard, attention. Harry, guard. Guard. Art. Color guard. Hope. Freeze it. Arms. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Order. Arms. Order. Color. Color guard. Both. March.
Hi, I'm Cadet Second Lieutenant Delancia Brown. I've been in the program for 2 years, and you guys may have seen me before. I am the varsity color guard commander, so I've been here a lot doing color guard. We wanted to give our junior varsity a chance since they're first-year cadets and newer students. Like I've said before, I've been in the program for 2 years. When I first heard of the program, I was not convinced. Colonel was giving a speech in my freshman seminar class, and she was talking about it. I'm like, no, this isn't for me. And she pulled me out into the hallway to talk to me about it. I'm still like, no. So she pulled me in the hallway after school, and I went into the classroom, and they were talking to me about it. They were like, just try it. So they were like, if you don't like it after 2 weeks, then you can stop. And I'm like, okay. So that's how I got here. Yeah, that's how I got here. I love it a lot. So you can see that we have trophies over there. We won those trophies at 2 drill meets. Those were our first drill meets since COVID. And with every cadet that went to the drill meets, those were like second-year cadets, like I've already said. When we started this program, we knew nothing of drill. So we won those first, second, and third place trophies with only 2 years. Now introducing our color guard.
Art. Color guard. Hope.
Hello, I am Senior Airman Battle. I've been in the program. I'm a first-year cadet.
Hello, I am Cadet Technical Sergeant Coleman, and I am a first-year cadet.
Hello, I am Cadet Master Sergeant Woods, and I am a second-year cadet.
Hello, I am Cadet Senior Airman, first-year cadet.
Are there any questions from the board? Yeah, Mr.
Not
Perry.
a question, but a comment for Cadet Coleman. Was it Coleman you said? I just wanted to commend you because I saw you guys in here practicing before, and when the flag went in your face, you didn't lose it. Like, you kept it together. So I want to commend you for that. That was pretty awesome. I saw you practice. It kept going in your face. So awesome.
Yes, yes, Mr. Alexander.
Women are taking over. What happened? You put all the women
It's really interesting. Our program, we have probably 75% females and about 25% males, I would say. I think a lot of it is just, it lends itself, a lot of times women are really looking for opportunities to step up and grow as leaders. And this is really an environment that lends itself to that. And for a lot of people in our program, they don't really fit into a lot of other things, a lot of the athletics and things like that. We're kind of, we all know we're weird. We're doing something that no one else and very few people in the entire district are doing. But the girls seem to really grow into it a lot faster a lot of times than the guys do. One of the things that they really tried to do with this program, this is my second year here, and they specifically recruited a female to be on the instruction team because we have so many females. And there's a lot of different issues that come with a large group of girls versus a large group of guys, or even if it's 50-50. So, there's that.
Good job.
Ms. Jackson.
I wouldn't say you're weird. Excellence looks different. We need our armed forces. I say I'd rather be in a safe country than an unsafe one. So I want to commend you all, too, for your efforts. And additionally, Lieutenant Colonel Commander, is that it? Okay, I saw you earlier in the week or last week, right? And I saw you, Cadet Brown. They came and presented at my school and did a wonderful job. And who was the other cadet? His name? John Blaze. What a name.
He was a freshman.
John Blaze. Okay, who was a freshman. They did a wonderful job. You're doing a great job with these young people. And I do want to commend you for your work and your efforts. And another thing to address is that this, they can join ROTC in place of gym. So we may not see a lot of males because they may prefer to keep their gym class. Not that they're not interested in armed forces, but they may prefer to be in gym where the young ladies may not. But kudos to you all. Thank you for your service to give back. They did come in the middle of the week to present to some middle school students, and I was there. They did a great job. The colonel is training them on public speaking, developing them. She made sure that all the questions went to the learners. Cadet Brown exemplified leadership by even stepping back and letting then Blaze, who was a freshman, to take the forefront, but answering questions. You guys did a wonderful job, so I just want to highlight that. Kudos to you all. I'm very proud of you.
Any other questions for our team?
Ms. Autry. Ms. Autry.
Thank you. For the seniors, do you have any future plans at this time?
On this team, there are 3 sophomores and 1 freshman, no seniors.
So what are your plans or interests? You have an interest in going into the service, or do you even know yet?
Yes, I do. If I go into the service, I want to do special forces. It doesn't matter which one, but I want to do special forces.
It's still pending. I would like to join the Air Force after I graduate high school, but it's still pending if I would like to have the college experience.
I'm really not thinking about joining, but I feel like if I do, it will be a great experience for me. So, yeah.
I plan on joining the Air Force after high school.
Fantastic. Are there other questions? So I just want to conclude by saying thank you again for being here. Thank you as well. And I just would offer up, if any of you decide that you'd like to join the Army instead, please reach out. I'd be happy to help you with that as well. So thank you, everybody. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yes, do go.
Can I ask a question while we're doing that?
Yes, please, Ms. Jackson.
How early do you guys have to get up? No, that's okay, dear. That's fine. How early do you have to get up to train for drill?
So we actually do most of our training after school. And that's primarily because the busing. A lot of the students either walk or ride the bus to school. So it's a lot harder for them to get to school before school at Bookville. So we do most of our drill practices after school for about an hour, hour and a half after school.
Okay, excellent. I was in Navy ROTC at Garfield High School, and we practiced at 5:30 a.m.
That's a challenge.
That's why I asked.
That was back when we walked uphill both ways to school. You're just saying. All right, Mr. Ford, sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, can I get my call here? Yeah, lost a little puppy there. And let me see, but I want to have to be in and make sure I get all of it. And no, you're good. I know. I need to get my picture taken too. Take up photography. Nobody takes your picture. There we go. Just give me a smile. Right there. I'm going to take at least two.
Look good.
Oh, they look fantastic. I'm going to take two more. Here we go. Here we go. Right now. And one more. Thank you. Congratulations.
Yes.
Thank you, Colonel. All right, next we will proceed to community and school reflections. Are there any? Mr. Perry.
Sure. Thank you, President Hall. So last week during the election day on Tuesday, had a lot of teachers, specifically from Resnick, reach out to me. I know there's other CLCs that are used as polling locations in our school system. A lot of the teachers, a lot of parents, a lot of emails, phone calls, those kind of things. And the subject of those calls was the fact that the school was still open on a voting day. And the parents raised concerns to me specifically about, our scholars being there at the school when the public is coming in to vote. And I took those complaints, those issues very seriously. I contacted Superintendent Outley. We discussed it Monday evening. And I thank her and Dr. Thompson for following up on what I requested. But we're looking for alternative solutions to having, the voting taking place in our schools. And I know next year we're going to try to do something different if we can. But all the options are on the table. I just want to make sure I assure all the teachers and everybody at Resnick and all the other CLCs, we are looking into seeing what we can do, and maybe even having the kids not be in school that day for sure. But I want to say that while they were there on Tuesday, one of our best security officers was there. I went in myself on Tuesday morning and saw her there, guarding the hallway. People would come in and vote and go right out from the gym to the front door and not go anywhere else in the school. So it was definitely safe. I want to assure all the parents of that. When I was there, I saw it with my own eyes. I have a son who goes there, obviously. So I went in and it was very safe. But next year we'll look at doing other options, see what we can do to not have the kids be there for sure. But thank you, parents, for reaching out. Thank you, Ms. Simmelsberger, Ms. Ulrich, all the teachers who called me from Resnick last week. And we're definitely looking at that. So thank you.
All right, great, thank you. Other community and school reflections? Okay, Ms. Jackson, ladies first.
Thank you. All right, so since the last time we met, I did have the privilege to visit Bookville High School and spend some time with the principal over there. I just love visiting the building. It's very inviting and just a good energy, just with the staff from the front desk and just all around, and I really enjoy being there. Additionally, I want to highlight, I always talk about youth entrepreneurships and entrepreneurs. And so one of our Garfield High School alumni, he graduated in 2010, Trayvon Gordon. He came and he gave, he donated 18 custom-made suits to 6 seniors, the principal, Anthony Anderson, who was a young man who was shot and disabled as a result. And his mother was so grateful and just thought her son probably would never even get to go to prom, and he made him a custom suit as well. He also gave the coaching staff and the athletic director suits. And one of the cool things about this young man, and we talk about excellence looks different, because these suits are sharp, the quality, the detail, and he had the picture and the inside scenes of the team. Of the moment, and I thought that was very good. But most importantly, it was his philanthropic, his desire to want to give back and to highlight a school within his community. So I still want to make sure that we highlight and shout out our youth entrepreneurs that are products of our school. Additionally, he has not stopped in his educational endeavors, recently graduating himself with a master's in business administration from Savannah State. And he is APS. We are APS, right? And excellence looks different. He's a product of us. Garfield grad, I have to say that again. And he supported one of the high schools in our area. So shout out to Trayvon Gordon of Vontis Clothing Line. You guys can Google him sometime. And if you go to Bookdale's page, they also covered it. I think Channel 3 News did a coverage of it. And it's just really good to see that in our community. Additionally, I had the opportunity to attend and serve as the MC for the 33rd Judge Harold K. Stubbs Scholarship Awards. And lo and behold, one of our championship team members from the Bookdale basketball team, Marcel Boyce Jr., was one of the recipients of the scholarship. And so if you guys recall, when Marcel was here, I highlight the fact he's not only an athlete, but he's also a scholar, because I had the pleasure to meet with him when I saw Dr. Sims, and he's a member of the National Honor Society. So he received a scholarship. Also, Jared Brantley from Bookdale, CLC, received a scholarship. Natalia Hatfield from East CLC, she was awarded a scholarship. Monica Sturdivant from East CLC received a scholarship. And Evan Swoop from NIF STEM High School, he received a scholarship. And what's so cool about Evan is because it was a presentation, right? They did a presentation. It was about leadership. Yes, and he was one of the scholars that was highlighted. And I said, wow, excellence looks different, right? It comes out in every part. Additionally, Hawatha Sankari from Firestone CLC, she received a scholarship. And the full ride scholarship of the night went to a young lady by the name of Sydney Wade, and she too attends Firestone CLC. So I just thought that it would be good for us to acknowledge and highlight them, because I am very proud of these young people, and it's a wonderful thing when the community supports such scholarships as the Harold K. Stubbs, because we support our scholars in that way. So I think those scholars deserve a round of applause, if you don't mind. And it reminds us that great things are happening in Akron Public Schools. Just lastly, I would like to note, when I came in tonight, I met a lot of the IB students and their projects that they did. And wow, these kids are amazing. It was third graders from, let's see, Resnick, King. Oh, what was the other school on this?
There was those students
on this
there.
side. Oh, they're not in here. Anyway, they did such a great job telling me about the Ronald McDonald House, the Urban League, the Metro Parks. And I said, the young lady, 9 years old, and I said, Metro Parks needs to pay the little girl who talked about them. Because she talked about so many facets of the Metro Parks that I was just not aware of that existed. And so she did a phenomenal job. But I was especially impressed, too, by our high schoolers from Firestone High School. And so much so that I'm like, hey, I want to read your research. One young lady, she did something about women in the Catholic Church, and she said it's like about 4,000 words. And I said, I'm interested, just because she was so excited about it. Another young man did Why Do We Seek Knowledge, I think, and just really cool. And another one, young man who's in the audience sitting right in the front row, did a great job about the impact of soy and the estrogen levels on impacting the testosterone levels.
Psychoestrogen, right? Psychoestrogen?
Yeah.
Phytoestrogen, yes.
Yeah. So, and he wants to be a chemist, and he's looking to go to the University of Akron. So when we talk about, homegrown and staying locally to be educated. I'm just excited about what they're doing and what their teacher is doing in the IB program, because the student highlighted, the young lady I'm talking about, is she here, who did the women in the Catholic Church? But she talked about how impactful. Oh, there's the teacher. Go ahead, put your hand up. So, because listen, when students tell you they have a phenomenal teacher and it's a wonderful program, it's the truth. A teacher doesn't have to boast of themselves. The Bible says you know a tree by its fruit. You know a teacher by their fruit. And our students are our fruit. So I want to say kudos to you and thank you. And I'm excited that I got an opportunity to see all these wonderful learners. You guys did a great job. Every table I stopped by, you did a phenomenal job. So excellent, excellent, excellent. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Jackson. Are there other? Oh, yes, Ms. Autry.
Thank you, Mr. President. And so I just want to also give kudos to the IB presentations. We didn't have enough time. 30 minutes wasn't enough to see all of them, but a special kudos to them and the coordinators involved with that. And then the team from Resnick, they all greeted me in French. And so it was amazing. I'm like, wow.
So I'm going to give a shout out to Mr. Starr while you're talking about the French. He's the French teacher over there. So bonjour, Mr. Starr.
Awesome, awesome. And so also speaking of greatness, I just want to say happy Teachers Week and Nurses Week. They happen to fall during the same week. So that's one of the many reasons why I have a special affinity for teachers, because I'm a nurse as well. Thank you, thank you, thank you for all that you do. And so since we last met, I had the opportunity to visit Garfield CLC, where I was invited. They had a culmination assembly this past Friday. They had Mental Health Week, and they did various things throughout the week. They had a resource fair, they had speakers, and when I came on Friday, they had an MC, Johnny Adams, who's also APS Buchtel grad, former NFL player, and now he has a nonprofit. He goes around to many of our schools, just encouraging our young people. But he just was a great speaker. He had the students really encouraged. For me, it just felt really good to see our young people having joy, being happy. There's so much heavy stuff going on in the world. So to see the young people enjoying themselves. Also, I want to give a shout out to Mr. Rhodes and his team over there who put all of that together. They had also a speaker, Dr. Devon Carter. He is a professor at the University of Akron. He's working over there with the LeBron James piece over there at the university. And he's also a rapper. So he told his story, and in between telling his story, he has songs. He performed like 4 different songs, but it was all relevant. The students enjoyed it, and so again, it was a joy just to be there and experience that. Also, along the same vein, student voice was really strong in this last week or so, and I just want to congratulate all of those students who have been using their voice just to share how they feel about different things. I know there was a locker room experience, the third one of the year that took place. About 100 scholars that were in attendance to that. They had breakout groups around resiliency and self-awareness, and the female scholar athletes put poems together that are going to be published. So I'm looking forward to seeing that. And then also STEM School had a panel discussion around mental health. So again, this all kind of comes back to our teachers who go above and beyond, providing these opportunities and resources for our young people. So I just want to tell them thanks again. And I think that's it. And also thanks to Dreamer Whitfield, because I know she's just behind the scenes doing so much, helping elevate these student voices as well. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Alexander.
That's a good segue into teachers and administrators. It was brought to my attention that 2 of our APS administrators got an award, and that on April the 22nd, Don Harper received an award from OABSE, is Ohio Alliance of black school educators, and for inspiring her teachers, students, parents, and being in a cluster like North with the cluster is very diverse. She got awarded for that, so congratulations to her and all she's done for the students of her school and APS. Also in April, Ms. Dreama Whitfield, she received an award as well from the Black Women's Caucus, and the theme was Saluting Women of Influence, Power, and Purpose. And Mrs. Whitfield, again, works with our student representatives, which does a very good job. And it was mentioned earlier that how well she does and works with our students. So congratulations to her as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Alexander. Are there other requests? Other community reflections? Ms. Jackson.
So we're talking about great teachers. I also want to give a shout out to all the creatives, the innovators, the art teachers, the music teachers, and thanks to Ms. Kim Wilson to make sure that I got my painting, That Girl Is on Fire. So she's making sure that that's being secured for me. So thank you so much. I do appreciate it. And to the young artists, I cannot wait to hang it in my office because it was a wonderful work. And you guys are doing a great job in the district. I just wish we could put a micro, just a lens, a laser over all the great things that many of these teachers are doing because it is happening. I have bear witness to it. I've been in classrooms, and I know a lot of times we may hear about the negative, and that's sad. I mean, it's the reality, right? But I want to make it my business to highlight also the positive because there is a remnant and positive things are happening in APS, and we do have some exceptional, caring teachers that are putting in the work and bringing out the gold, the treasure that is within our young people. And so it's important that we continue to cultivate and encourage that because we are better together and we can move our district forward together because we have great young people that we're serving, and I'm excited to see what they will become in the world, especially when I see these IB presentations and they're talking to me when the young man says, I'm going to be a chemist. And I'm like, absolutely, you are. And I took a picture of him. I said, because I'm going to say I knew you here before you got there, and I saw this, and I believe that he's going to attain exactly that.
Motivational speaking should be in your future, too, Ms. Jackson. I'll pay for that. Other community and school reflections. Okay, I'll just add two things quickly. So I had a chance. So I got asked to be a judge for the Bhutanese Community Association of Akron. They were doing a grant-funded essay competition, and invitations went out to students at Talmadge, Woodridge, Cuyahoga Falls, and North. And these kids were amazing. They gave 5-minute talks on a topic that impacts their community and impacts the world. Topics such as gun violence, depression, male suicide, things of that nature. And so, to your point, Ms. Jackson, about how excellence looks different, I was really amazed at students whose parents and grandparents don't even really speak English that well, and just how they've mastered the language and just how articulate they were when they were communicating. I did find out after I got there that there were no students from North entered into the competition. So they tricked me a little bit. I said next year we're going to have some students from North entered into this competition as well. And so the second thing I'll also share is I also had a chance to, with the superintendent, we had a chance to attend the annual Miller South Visual Arts Auction on Friday and talk about amazing artwork. It was the first time I walked into a place, I'm sorry, let me rephrase that. I didn't know that I couldn't afford student art until I walked into the Miller South art auction because some of these pieces were just so well done, and they were not cheap at all. There was no discounts going to school board members. Let me tell you that much. And so I just want to shout out again. It was at Agrona, and they had the students' art on display everywhere inside there. And it was nothing short of amazing when you walk through. Like you felt like you were walking through a wonderland, and just the quality. Again, there was a number of pieces I wanted to purchase, I just couldn't afford to purchase. And so, to your point, Ms. Jackson, I think I'm going to have to figure out how I get a line of credit to purchase some of these pieces because I want to get it on the ground level, so I can say, hey, I bought your first piece when you were in 8th grade at Miller South, and now you're this world famous artist, and this piece is now worth millions of dollars, and I got it for $400, which was a lot Friday night. So, anyway, so. You're right. You're right. So, and also, we just want to shout out all the teachers and parents who were there as well. Again, they were. It was a packed house in there, and also want to thank Miss Otley for being there as well. She may have comments about it later on in her report, but it was nothing short of amazing. So, again, I'm always, I'm always amazed at how talented, and I should stop being amazed because every time I walk into Miller South and I see the level of talent on display, it's in students who are so young, it really just blows you away. So, are there any additional? I think I was the last community school reflection. Ms. Jackson, anything else you want to add? Nothing else?
Don't sure.
Okay. All right. So we're going to move to request to address the board. So I'll read the usual preamble. Participants will not be permitted to speak on matters related to vendor or business matters, formal complaints, grievances, specific student or student records, personnel matters, and potential or pending legal matters. Please keep your comments to 3 minutes or less. The board will not respond, but will assign through the superintendent the appropriate person for follow-up. I see that there's a number of folks from North High School. Thank you for coming out tonight. It's okay. We can. Thank you for being here. As some of you may or may not know, there are 2 of us on the school board who are North High School alumni. That's myself and Mr. Alexander. I'm class of 2018, so I'm younger than I'm just kidding. So we're excited to see you all here. Just as a preamble to some of the comments, I was following some of the commentary on Facebook about the North High School building. I just wanted to reiterate to those of you who are going to speak on the topic that this board has not made any decisions on what we're doing with regard to any of these buildings, whether it be Miller South or STEM or North. Nothing has been decided at all. So I do want to clear up any miscommunication that may have occurred on that topic. We have not decided anything. So we are still in the deliberation and making, we're still in the deliberation and reviewing plans phase. So having said that, let's go with, and I'll just, Cazell Smith.
Let me move let's get the. Oh, it's coming in. Something just told me.
Cazell M. Smith, Senior President, South High Class of 1967, 1191 Dover Avenue. A case study, how a grassroots group went to war with the Akron Board of Education, fighting the Akron plan to decommission schools and reassign pupils, and won. The Akron plan proposed reassignment of 3,851 pupils as 7 schools would be closed. 85% of those to be affected were black. Blacks were only 31% of the population. The Robinson School Task Force established a goal to keep a neighborhood school as defined by the Robinson community open and operating and ensure quality education in the neighborhood school. Westside Neighbors Incorporated. Westside Neighbors was formed in 1965 as a demonstration model for effective integrated living. Westside Neighbors objected to the Akron plan because in addition to placing unfair burden on black students, the plan would increase racial isolation in 2 schools that were already racially concentrated, Bogota High and West Junior High. The Citizens for Education Equality Coalition, a coalition made up of Westside Neighbors, Robinson School Task Force, and others, an area-wide coalition of people who were concerned about the extent and duration of racial isolation in Akron public schools. The Citizens for Education Equality Coalition told the Akron Board of Education repeatedly, negotiate or litigate. January the 13th, 1978, a legal suit was filed. The suit stated the Akron plan to decommission schools and reassign pupils placed an unfair burden on minority students. The Board of Education created racially identifiable schools. The verdict. In 1980, the Sixth Circuit Court of Appeals found the Akron plan to decommission schools and reassign pupils was unconstitutional because race was used as a factor in closing schools. Court ruled in favor of the Akron Board of Education as it related to the allegation the board caused racial identifiable schools. There were two remedies on the table. Robinson School would be reopened. All Fonfelder students would be reassigned to Robinson School. The second was students from Kenmore High would be reassigned to South High. Because the South High community did not fight the good fight for 4 years and other circumstances, the plaintiffs in the lawsuit, Bell versus the Akron Board of Education, settled for the remedy reopening Robinson School and closing Fonfelder and reassigning all of the Fonfelder students to Robinson. Kenmore High School was given 40 years of life from the Citizens for Education Equality Coalition, when it could have been different. Now Kenmore is advocating getting students from Miller South and decommissioning Miller South. As we continue on this tedious journey, the South High community needs to have flexibility of method and steadfastness, not being flim-flammed or hoodwinked by the Akron Board of Education. It does not make any difference who we elect to send to the Akron Board of Education. The Willie Lynch outcomes prevail. We are no more than an ATM machine at the time of a levy, taxation without representation. We are now organizing in the best tradition of Saul Alinsky. First half of May, input on the future of Miller South from the community. June 2nd, 2023, at Centenary United Methodist Church, a conference of stakeholders to develop a working position for the Miller South to go forward on. June 3rd, 10 a.m., a Shabani Hills neighborhood parade to commemorate the legacy of South High and Miller South and serve as a rallying point for future Miller South endeavors. Third verse, same as the first, demands cease and desist on plotting to remove Miller South and Visual Performing Arts School from 1055 East Avenue. 2, meet with our Preservation of Miller South leadership team in the next 10 days to go over the facts and figures on bringing the Miller South building up to the building standards. Most songs have 4 verses, so maybe I'll be back for the 4th verse.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Can I have Janice Weaver, please?
Good evening. My name is Janice Weaver, and I'm the Academy Coach at North High School. I emailed you on behalf of my school over a month ago, and I am returning here today, along with my fellow staff, students, and community members, to formally request that North High School return to a priority in the district's long-term operational plan and not be contingent on a combined permanent improvement and operating levy. As you know, there are now several options for this board to consider. It started, however, with 4. These 4 options were generated over 18 long months of research and hundreds of meetings with internal and external experts. They looked at the future of APS objectively through population data, enrollment data, and budget constraints. Each of these initial options prioritized North High School. These experts understood that our 100-year-old building, which is literally crumbling around us, needs to be rebuilt immediately. We were thrilled to finally be on the docket to receive the appropriate facilities to educate our diverse students. Our excitement, however, was stifled as more options were added to the list to be considered, now with North's rebuild being contingent on levies. Somehow, North went from being a certainty to a maybe, and other groups' wants took precedence over our basic needs. Once again, North's 1,000 combined students and staff are being left behind, and we risk continuing to miss out on the equity that the rest of the district receives. The last time we passed a levy was in 2012. Superintendent James was quoted in the paper stating, "I've been here for over 20 years and I've never seen anything like this. Our businesses rallied behind us. I've seen our citizens volunteer from PTA moms to retirees. We put everything we had into this campaign." I personally remember going door to door with students passing out flyers. It was quite the victory. We live in a very different Akron today, economically, reputationally, structurally. The average Akron home price has more than doubled since then, which means that property taxes have increased as well. Akron sewer bills are up, grocery prices are through the roof, not to mention other post-COVID financial hardships. We would be banking on a good faith turnout of voters from every other cluster that already have what they want for their communities and whose budgets are already being stretched. We would be hoping to offset that through tremendous voter turnout in a cluster where half of the adult population with school-aged children speak English as a second language, which makes voting a challenge. Not to mention, tacking north onto the current projected millage of the impending operating levy would make for a higher combined millage than 2012. As an Akron resident, APS employee, and longtime advocate of both, it pains me to say that I am not as optimistic as some. An operating levy is inevitable, but North's inclusion in it is not. What are our contingency plans for North if it does not pass? We've waited so long to rebuild that we'll need an estimated $15 million to keep us operational even before we break ground. Tack on costs due to delays and unsupported levies, and our situation becomes even more dire. I wish each group advocating for their schools and clusters could get what they want, but we all know that that's not a possibility. I urge this board to return to the original recommendations that took over 18 months and hundreds of meetings to create. They're based on data, facts, and basic needs. Thank you.
Tina Boyce.
Good evening, board members, Superintendent Outley. Thanks for listening to me once again. You have a lot of important decisions in front of you. So I'm not sure if you received this document that was handed out at a neighborhood meeting where close to 100 people attended about the future of Pfeiffer Elementary School, but I just wanted to recap a few of those statistics for you. Kenmore is Akron's second largest neighborhood. Since 1999, APS has decreased our footprint by 60%. After our neighborhood, as well as others in the community, voted for a 0.25% income tax increase, our footprint was then decreased by another 50%. In 1999, Miller South School for the Visual and Performing Arts was part of the Kenmore cluster. It is our history. APS has decreased our schools from 10 to 4, and if they close Pfeiffer, that would be 3 for Akron's second largest neighborhood, a middle school and 2 grade schools, neither of which is north of Wilbeth Road or Kenmore Boulevard, 2 of our neighborhood's biggest thoroughfares. Kenmore's other 2 grade schools could not absorb all of Pfeiffer's students, and Kenmore grade schoolers would be displaced. Once again, our students would be displaced to Firestone Park schools over 4 miles away. The proposed KHS campus is 1 block from Kenmore Boulevard with 6 recording studios, 2 live music venues, several visual arts studios, and a handful of youth and art-centered nonprofits. This exists. We did not invent this for this discussion. The city has invested much in Kenmore Boulevard, as has the Community Development Corporation in our neighborhood. At the March 13th APS board meeting, board members pledged not to decrease APS's footprint in Kenmore once again. As you know, Akron voted for change on Tuesday. Akron has watched as things have, the 2 top issues, and I haven't mentioned this, but I was a candidate for council. The 2 top issues I've heard in my community are safety and lack of education. In Kenmore, lack of educational opportunities, lack of opportunities for our youth in our neighborhood. Our kids have to leave our neighborhood to do things, okay? This mayor-elect, I should say, was voted in because of a promise he made to reactivate Akron's schools to be community learning centers, the very thing they were promised to be, when the former Mayor Persqualik convinced an already disheartened Kenmore neighborhood to vote for that income tax increase. I think all of you received a letter from him as well. We are holding you to this. Please do not decrease the footprint in Kenmore. Please allow our Pfeiffer students to continue to walk to school. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Boyce. Frozen Asimi. This is our student school board member from North High School. Welcome back, Frozen.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Frozen Azimi. I'm a junior at North High School. I play basketball. I arrived in the United States in 2020 from Sri Lanka. I was born in Afghanistan, moved to Dubai, and then to Sri Lanka for safety, as many Afghan people were getting deported from Dubai. I began middle school at Jennings, where I only went for 3 days, and then we started online learning. My freshman year was also online. Tonight, I am here as a voice for the students of North High School to ask that you all consider voting for the plan to ensure our school is rebuilt. I am requesting that the plan does not require a levy to be passed. I trust that you will do what is best for our students and families. Many of our families in our community are adjusting to American culture and may not understand the discussion around rebuilding our school. In fact, in my family, my mother is the only aware of the situation because I have told her about it. She has encouraged me to speak to you all about this. While every other high school within our school district has been rebuilt, North High School remains old, a legacy building where other parts of the city have been suffered declines in enrollment. North Hill has increased our population. In part due to many immigrant families like mine, our families have brought our language, our food, our tradition to make for an amazing experience. If you haven't ever visited our school during Culture Fair, you should really try. As the first school within our district to trailblaze the College and Career Academy model, we are grateful for the relationship and support we have in a community partnership. We have been fortunate to offer many resources to our family, including a food pantry and a clothing center. The spaces we have to provide are crowded and old, and the image it provided to our families is ugly compared to other high schools in our community. We at North High School value our school district missions to be fair and inclusive. Over 20 countries are represented in our school, and we learn about different cultures every day. The leadership opportunities our students have had here, like mine, as a student board member, it have been great. All of us deserve a safe and inspiring school to learn in. I encourage you to work together to provide that for us. Before I close, I would like to invite all of you to attend the Relay to Rebuild event taking place on Saturday, May 20th, 2023 at North High School from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. Our soccer team, City Series champs, will be hosting youth games. We will have cultural foods and one of our teachers DJing the event. In addition to the fun, you will also get the chance to experience what it's like to walk in the shoes of a student in North High School. Please come and see the buckets in our classroom collecting water, experience the temperatures that range from 55 to 85 degrees on the same day, and sit in a desk of my classmate where the ceiling tile fell and crushed. It is too late for me and my classmate to experience the new building, but it's not too late for the younger kids in our community. Please put North first. We don't have much time left. Oh, and one more thing. Since our practice soccer field is currently under construction and we don't have a home field for our games, for our City Series champs play on, please consider including this in our building plans. Thank you.
Brian Caperonis.
Hi, everybody. My name is Brian Caperonis. I'm a school counselor at North High School. I've been there for 10 years. I'm a proud Garfield High School graduate, and I live in the North Cluster. It seems over the past few meetings, the LTOP plan has, like Ms. Weaver so eloquently said, changed greatly. There were some plans before that looked like we didn't need to have a levy in place, but now it looks like that might be the case. Hopefully that's not the case, and we can figure out a way to get North built without using a levy, because I think, like Ms. Weaver said, using a levy or getting a levy passed is going to be a challenge. Some of the good things in North we've done over the past 10 years since I've been there, we've increased our graduation rate from as low as 54% up to 80%. I think even this last time we're maybe close to 84% in 2022. 70% of our seniors in this year's graduating class are going to earn a 12-point industry credential, which we're really proud of, and it's something we've come a long way with. We're trending in the right direction with the hard work of our students and our staff. We may not be a crown jewel, but we should be a priority as the only population that's growing in APS.
every day our students, like Frozen talked about, have active ceiling leaks. In one of the rooms, there's a bucket in the corner where the boards are warped and the floor has become soft when you step on it. And so when it rained all last week, just rain pouring out of there into the classroom. In one of our hallways by the gym, for the past few months, it's fixed now, but there was a tarp that was collecting rainwater as it flew in from the outside, down the hose, into the trash bucket, and that stairwell was closed 4 months. In one of the classrooms with the ceiling tile, these ceiling tiles here were gone, subfloor cracked, came down right next to a student's desk. They could see through to the school, to the classroom above. Some of our boilers and our air handlers are really bad right now. There was, so I can see the boiler system from my window. And for the past, I don't know, probably from, we'll call it August till it got cold outside in September, there was a crew there daily to work on the boiler just so we could be warm this time of year. And then when I came in today, luckily it's warm, that's great. But luckily when I came in today, I walked right in, the boilers were on. Some of the classrooms today, I walked into one, it was 86 degrees. Andy had an air conditioner going. And then you walk somewhere else in the building and it's, kids wearing hoodies and are cold. So the temperature extremes are just wild. In our entryway, we have flags for all the ethnicities and cultures and countries that have been there before as our students. But the ceiling above is made of asbestos. So when we have events like Culture Fair or other events like that, students will come in, even though we tell them not to, take the flags out because they're proud of where they're from. But then it knocks the asbestos down on the ceiling and then around to the students. So that's one of the things that we deal with on a semi-regular basis. And safety too, when you think about when you come into a new building, right? You come into the vestibule and you buzz in, you go into the main office and it's pretty secure. At North, when you buzz in at door 4, you come in, you have access to 2 stairwells that take you right upstairs without going through the main office. You have to walk around a corner to go to the main office. There's our SRO there, but if he's not in his office just maintaining and watching everything, you have free reign of the whole building. We have added a security guard there with the new metal detectors. But you can walk right into North and get in anywhere you want as soon as you're buzzed in as a visitor. But when you come here, you can't even get, I can't get above the 3rd floor with my badge. So when there's 0 students here, we serve kids pre-K to 12 at North High School. Could we push this down the road further? Sure, but as Ms. Weaver said, it's going to cost millions and millions and millions of dollars. And at that point in time, I don't know if North is going to be able to function as a warm, safe, and dry school. And I'll leave you with this. This one really got me. It's about 7 years ago, I took a student to Leadership Akron, an Leadership Akron event at Bookville High School. So we're walking around. She's just in awe of the whole place because it had just been built, and it looked great. And she turned to me and goes, "I can't believe this is where you can go to school. This makes you want to learn. This is so awesome." And then what do I say to her? I have nothing I can say. So just please make us a priority if you can. Thank you.
Jake Holland.
I'm a justice. I'm kind of tall. Sorry. First and foremost, thank you for the time. First off, Jake Holland, 351 Keith Avenue in the Firestone District, Resnick. Mr. Perry, my original thought was to come here and talk to you about, it sounds like what you have heard a lot of already about using Resnick as a polling location. I'm not going to, preach to you here because it sounds like you guys are considering that as something as a safety concern, but not just that. Also, the logistics of having, having a security officer there. And while I'm sure it's safe, we can all agree that we live in a pretty crazy world these days, and the risk to anything is too great. So I was considering sitting back there because you already talked about it, just not coming up, but hearing a lot of people here talk, and I've never spoken at a public meeting, so I'm going to pretend that all of you are also cheering for me right now. So thank you for humoring me. But what resonated me and Miss, oh gosh, I think she left, talking about the CLCs being used as sort of the community bedrock that they were intended to be. And I want to challenge something you said, Mr. Perry, to where, it sounded like what you were kind of saying was maybe we just won't use the CLCs as polling locations. I would challenge that we should be using them as polling locations, and we should be closing the schools. I mean, what better way to get involved in your community than showing up to vote, right? Being a part of the democratic process, having a place that is recognizable, and not to knock the smaller polling centers, but a lot of times it's smaller churches or community centers that aren't as widely known in the community, especially for people in our community that may not have English as their first language. But you can say, hey, we're voting at the high school. And pretty much everybody should know where that is, or the CLC, I'm sorry. People pretty much should know where that is for the most part. So I'm a big proponent of, at the national scale, everyone should have the day off on primary day and on the general election day in November. And primaries in May around here, but I know it varies. So this isn't just directed at the Akron School Board. I mean, I think it should be everywhere, but I think the board has an opportunity to sort of set an example of, hey, we want to hear the voice of everyone in our community. We're going to close the schools on our primary days and our general election days. Everyone can come here to vote. And I know the solution to that is not quite as easy as me sitting here talking about it, but something I think the board should consider. And again, kind of getting the CLCs to be that community bedrock, and what better place to start than voting there. So thank you for the time. And thank you for all the North people.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Omar Jimenez.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Hello, Larry. Good evening, everybody. My name is Omar Jimenez. I am SAU Local 1 representative here for Northeast Ohio. And I'm here to discuss about a contracted service that APS currently has with a security company called Royce. They used to be called Tenable, and this new company called Royce purchased them. And they are doing services for APS that, quite frankly, our safety team members, which we have a few here behind us, can do the job. But I want to put a spotlight and let you guys know what, the kind of company that Royce is, so that we understand that their contract is up for renewal very, very shortly, and we want to make sure that you guys understand, who you're dealing with. So Royce is not a good company overall. They have a history of extensive wage theft, one of the worst private sector vendors in the state. They are currently under investigation for illegal anti-union activity, as well as they have a bad reputation because of their extreme high turnover, below market rate wages, and no pay time off. I've spoken directly to some of the officers, and I've confirmed that they don't have any type of sick days, holidays, vacations. They just come to work, get paid, and go home. And quite honestly, APS does not need Royce. Again, we have our safety team members here that are more than capable of creating a safe and welcoming environment for Akron schools and Akron students. They have a better ability to connect with and develop relationships with the students, something that a contracted service don't really care for. They're just here to do a job and go home. But our safety team, they're invested in the community, they're invested in their schools, and they do a great job. Also, APS didn't choose Royce. As I mentioned earlier, they chose Tenable. Unfortunately, Royce bought them out, and now Royce is the individuals in charge. And it's been about 13, 14 years since this has happened. So it's not something that just sprung overnight. It's been quite a while. Finally, Royce officers should have the same opportunities for good long-term employment that the safety team members have. We will welcome them as members of Local 1 if they so choose to. But regardless of that, they all should have a living wage with some good benefits. Royce is not just locally here in Akron. They are everywhere within Ohio and other states. Specifically in Cleveland, Royce has been losing a lot of their work across the Cleveland market. They've gotten 3 major property owners. They have not renewed their contract, as well because of the bad behavior that they've created over the years, and they've opted for other contractors with better track record that do respect their workers and treat them well. And then finally, we understand that our safety team members cannot do and perform all the job that an actual security company, a monitoring company can do. So, we understand that as, something realistic. If ABF still believes that they need some supplemental security that is necessary for long-term, for monitoring, late hours in the day, et cetera, we'll be welcome. We'll have the opportunity to talk to APS to talk about responsible contractors that they may be able to hire, that we know will treat employees with their respect and dignity. Thank you.
Dev, I think it's Bujel.
Good evening. My name is Dev Bujel, and I am a Nepali refugee student who attends North High School. I'm here today to speak to you about the issues occurring at my school. Due to our diverse population, our students' families are not able to understand the current situation, and they aren't able to make their voices heard because of the language barriers. Other schools are able to make their voices heard, but not our school. For that reason, I feel it was necessary to come up here and speak out, not only for my school, but for my community as well. North High School is in desperate need of a new building. The current school building was built during the 1930s, and as such, it is very, very old. Our hallways are cramped and congested, making it difficult to navigate between the classes. The ceilings in some of our classrooms leak when it rains, and some of the air conditioning systems are just unreliable, with most of the classes not even having air conditioning, leading to unbearable heat during the warmer weathers. These are not mere inconveniences. They are real problems that have a significant impact on the learning environment in the health and the safety of our students. But this is not just about the physical state of our school building. It's about the fact that North High School deserves to be put at the top of the list when it comes to funding for a new building. Why? Is because North High School is the oldest high school in our district, the only high school that has not been rebuilt, and as such, it has served our community for the longest period of time. Now it is time for our high school to receive the attention it deserves. It is time we take action by investing in a new building which will provide our students with a safe, comfortable, and proper environment which will encourage growth in the success of our students. It is time for us to show our students that we care, we value their education, and we value their future. So I encourage you all to consider and support the construction of a new building for North High School. Let us not only provide a better learning environment for our students, but also a better environment for our teachers as well. Thank you for your attention.
Alma, I think it's Crya de Blasio.
Hello, I'm Alma Crea de Blasio. Got the Alma part right, that's good. Proud teacher at North High School, 17 years. Thank you. Go Vikings. There is a charm at working in a legacy building, having built-in wooden closets. Mind you, no insulation between the wood and the outside wall, but it's okay. Skeleton keys for the closets that don't work anymore. Wood floors that are still kind of, well, warped in some places and missing in other places. An actual slate for my chalkboard. Slate from 1930 for my chalkboard. There is a serious concern that our community at North is unable to express. As you know, North has a high refugee population, and our parents and guardians do not speak English and are unaware that their students are missing out. The major part of our English language learners in their first years, the newcomers, right, are regulated to classrooms in the oldest, antiquated parts of the building. When your life has been so disrupted that you live in camps for most of it, or you're under constant threat in the country you come from, you are sometimes happy to settle, especially if you have no idea how it could be. The litany of problems we have, and some of these you've heard before, leaky air conditioners that are brand new, but they're, at least I have one now this year, and leaky ceilings that drop water and crud, ceiling tiles daily. The previous environmentalist or health department inspector that came a couple weeks ago inspected a strange substance that is in my room every day, even if I sweep it up, saying, quote, "Yeah, I don't know what that is. We'll have to test it," unquote. But then that person has been replaced, so I don't know if the new person knows about this mysterious substance yet. So I do worry about my health and that of my colleagues all the time, and even the students, right? We're the ones who spend our time, my lifetime in that classroom, right? Especially when we don't know what we're being exposed to. Do our students complain? No, because, at least they have a roof and a school to go to. These rooms cannot have serious work done without concerns of asbestos, which is definitely in our building. And the fire marshal is always warning us about not using extension cords in the classroom. Yet I cannot plug in my projector without extension cords because of where the electrical outlets are. But do our students complain? No, because some don't have computers where they came from. Some may say these are small issues, and people ask me all the time, what can we do for your classroom? And I always say, since I've gone so long without, I'm not sure how to answer. The things that need fixing go beyond a $200 gift card. Things like a teacher bathroom on each floor would be nice, a phone, or some kind of security call walkie-talkie at my end of the building for safety concerns would be nice. Currently, I have to leave my classroom, go down halfway through the hall and enter another portion of the building to access a phone in the building. Okay. A PA system that worked properly in every room, either it's too loud or it's too quiet, would be nice. Fire doors that we could close, but we can't because they block the security cameras. That would be nice. For the students, the bathrooms are not convenient as they are on alternating floors, at least in the old building, right? Girls on one floor, boys on another, girls on another. They have no trash receptacles in the girls' stalls. There's one main one in the room, but we did just get doors on the stalls, so that was 2 years ago, I think. In the bathroom sinks, there are separate taps for hot and cold water. So you get super hot on this side, super cold on this side. And then often the bathrooms are closed due to plumbing problems. Okay. Same for the teachers' bathrooms. They're the same issues. So the students go from one room, which is freezing, to their next class, which is boiling hot. In fact, one of our newer rooms today, as you've already heard, was 86 degrees just this morning. Some have new Prometheus boards, which is great. And then some of us, like me, have broken smart boards, which are not going to get fixed. But do our students complain? No, not really. Most of them don't even know what they're missing or don't know how to complain about it. Their parents or guardians cannot lead a campaign because they don't know the English. They do not know their rights, or they are too afraid of what could be done to them if they cause a ruckus, knowing where they come from. We talk about equity in the classroom, but what is said and what is done are two different things. North is the one high school with a growing student body, and the community in North Hill is growing and thriving. And it would be really overwhelming for these new and nearly new immigrants from North Hill to pull their kids from that vibrant community and send them off to other communities for their education. If we start doing that, we're depriving our students of their equitable future. Thank you.
I'm sorry, I think this is Elizabetta de Blasio.
Good evening. I am her daughter, so I'm here today alongside my mother, fellow APS colleagues, and students of North High School. As an APS substitute teacher, I spent much time at North High School, a daughter of an immigrant that immigrated to North Hill, and a student that started at APS. I am here today to stand in solidarity with the community and use my voice to uplift their concerns. After discussing concerns with staff members and students, a recurring theme that should be highlighted is the word community and how much that means to North High School. If you know anything about North Hill, the community is central to a diverse and thriving cultures that make up the north side of Akron. A community that wants to stay flourishing. The students of NHS share something beautiful, a space to harmonize different cultures, a hub for international refuge. This being said, the students and community deserve a safe and healthy space. A space that isn't immediately alarming with the many red flags and health concerns that are very apparent in the infrastructure at North. A key concern to a new space is the disconnect between those doing the building and those who will live with it after. It is crucial to take into consideration the way North Hill moves. noting that many students travel by foot. Three examples of the immediate needs for the building and needs that people have been asking for years are here. A new roof. What is a building without a core structure? There are many places that the ceiling are not worth replacing, but inevitably leak again and need to be replaced. This is not cost effective. The first, second, and third floors of the old section need to be replaced. Large sections of those have cracks, and those cracks have asbestos. Being said, safety tests to monitor substances that are within the infrastructure. A study from the International Journal of Environmental Health tells us that asbestos leads to exposure and high risk of mesothelioma and lung cancer. These are the conditions that your students and staff are in every day. The last thing I will note is a switch in health inspectors. The previously appointed health inspector had been in the building to test abnormal substances found in the classroom, especially in the 1930s wing. A concern of the people in the building is that if these notes are not passed on, what actions will be taken in the next steps? Will there be inspection of these substances infecting the infrastructure at North High School? Are they going to be left to advocate for their own safety like they have been for years? Or will the district finally take accountability on its part for providing a healthy and safe place for the environment of our students? It is important to have a community-engaged response, not just one with administration input, but those with the voices of whom are affected. A response that will not disrupt the way this community moves and lives by displacing and forgetting about them throughout the process. Please take the words from me, the people of North Hill and the community seriously, and commit to a community-involved response. Because you care, show us that you care about this community. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you for all that came to address the board tonight. We certainly appreciate the time and the effort and thought that went into your commentary. As I've said before, this board is a board. I think we've hopefully demonstrated multiple times how much we do listen, and we are listening now and again, and we will continue to do so. Having said that, again, as a reminder, this board has not made any decisions yet, but as you have heard from multiple speakers, we have multiple things that need to be done, and there are limited and finite resources, that we are working with. And so no matter what this board ultimately decides, it's not going to make everybody in this community, and I mean the community at large, I don't mean North Hill, but I'm saying the community at large, it's not going to make everybody happy. And so please know that we are doing the best that we can to not just review options and solicit other options and ideas as well, but we also are working to be responsible stewards of the limited dollars that we do have to spend to address these things. And so, the passage of a levy has to occur. Whether we add an operating a PI levy on or not, I mean, we have to pass a levy. As a quick history lesson, every 6 to 8 years since 1979, we've essentially asked for new operating dollars. By the time we get to 2024, we will have gone, I want to say, 12 or 13 years without having asked for a single dollar from the community. So again, I say all that's to say that we're going to need not just your support, but the support of a lot of others who are not in this room to ensure that we pass our first levy in 13 years. That is critical. We are levy starved. Having said that, I know that there are a number of folks in the room who may want to exit, and we have other recognitions that we want to do. So out of courtesy, though, for those who we are going to recognize next, we'll take a 5-minute recess to allow those who want to leave to go ahead and leave, and then we'll resume in 5 minutes and we'll begin our recognitions. We are in recess at 6:50. Welcome back to this regularly scheduled board meeting for May 8th, 2023. We're back in session at 7:04 p.m. Next, we are going to move to recognitions. Madam Superintendent.
So we have our district's athletic director, Joe Vassalotti, with us. And I'm not going to say why he's here because I don't want to steal his thunder. So I'll let Mr. Vassalotti come up.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to celebrate the success of Firestone Swim Program. Up here joining me is head coach Cindy Dial. She, yes, very much deserves applause. Coach has been at it for a long time, 25 years of those at Firestone, 20 as head coach. So, it's human nature to take sustained excellence for granted, I think. But every year I'm reminded of how awesome that program is when I go to a meet, when I hear about the money raised in their swim-a-thon every year before the season. Running total now is over $150,000 for Akron Children's Hospital through the years that's been accumulated by their great work. So that community service is much appreciated. Thank you very much. Sustained excellence through the years. We have a Hall of Fame now in the district. We're in our second year, and we've just named our second class coming in, 8 more student athletes. And of those 16 now, those 16 student athletes, 3 are Firestone swimmers, which is pretty awesome when you think of the 90-plus years of history of athletics and APS. And those 3 swimmers joined Mr. Alexander as a member of the Hall of Fame. And so it's just another example of the awesome nature of the program. But without further ado, we're here to honor the 2023 team. Some of the members here are seniors and some are not. But our goal is to honor the state qualifiers and seniors, and we're going by grade level in alphabetical order. And Coach, I'm going to give you the certificates here. They should be in order of presentation. There we go.
Thank you.
Notice the green paper clip, by the way.
I steal things like this.
Yeah. It's all yours.
And
My gift to you.
And pens.
My gift. I don't know about I like my pen. I don't know about that. All right, we'll start with freshman Sarah Schuler. Sarah, please come forward. Congratulations, Sarah. As a freshman, Sarah, you can stay up here. She was a state alternate, pretty cool for a freshman, on the girls' relay teams that qualified for state. Congratulations, Sarah. Next, we'll go to our juniors in alphabetical order. Eva Nixon. Eva qualified for states in the 400 freestyle relay, part of that girls' relay team that finished 15th. Congratulations, Eva. Stanley Niekamp's a junior, couldn't be with us tonight. He's also a performing artist. I believe he's at the Akron Civic Theater right now doing his thing. Congratulations, Stanley. Obviously a well-rounded young man. He was part of the 400 freestyle relay team for the boys that finished 18th at state. Next, we have junior Julia Cornamone. Did I say that right? Thank you. Julia was a busy girl at states. She was in the 200 freestyle, finished 11th, the 500 freestyle, finished 15th, and part of that girls' 400 freestyle relay team. Our last junior is Audrey Savald. Audrey participated at the state meet in the 100 backstroke and also part of the 400 freestyle relay team. And as mentioned earlier, I think by Ms. Autry, about our leadership symposiums, our locker room teams, Audrey's part of the Firestone group that attends our leadership symposium. So thank you, Audrey. And now for our seniors, and I need to throw out a couple terms at you here that will apply for some of these seniors. The first qualification is that of an academic All-American. And for that to happen as a swimmer, you need at least a 3.75 GPA in all 8 semesters of high school, which is pretty awesome. Another phrase you're going to hear is a swimming All-American. Kind of speaks for itself, but specifically you have to be top 100 in the U.S., in the entire country, in a particular event. So keep those in mind as we roll through the seniors out. Now, in alphabetical order, we have Mason Brady. Mason qualifies as an academic All-American. In the States, he participated on that 400 freestyle relay team for the boys. He will attend the University of Akron. Well, he will study respiratory therapy. Congratulations, Mason. Next, Tara Brillmeyer. Tara also earned academic All-American status. She is also a 3-time swimming All-American. At the state meet, she competed in the 200 individual medley, finishing 6th in the state, the 100 butterfly, finishing 15th, and also part of the 400 freestyle relay team for the girls. Tara will attend Fordham University in the Bronx, where she has pledged not to become a Yankees fan. She will study biological sciences, emphasis on pre-med, and designs of attending medical school eventually. Congrats, Tara. Our next senior is Elle Dannemiller. As a senior this year, Elle participated in the 100 butterfly and 100 breaststroke. She will attend the University of Cincinnati, and she will begin their exploratory program there as a focus of her academic study. Next is Sam Komet. Sam is one of those academic All-Americans. That's awesome. Also part of the 400 relay team for the boys at the state meet. Sam will attend John Carroll University. He will continue as a student athlete in swimming there while majoring in engineering and physics. Next is senior Johnny Marshall. All right, this might take a while. I've pledged the IB folks that I'll speed it up, though. Okay, so Johnny is a 12-time swimming All-American. That's 12. Currently holds 5 Firestone School records. He's a 3-time state champion in the 100 backstroke. At this year's meet, he won that 100 backstroke for the 3rd time. Also finished 2nd in the 200 freestyle and was part of the 400 freestyle relay team for the boys. Johnny will attend the University of Florida as a swimming student athlete with an academic focus in business. Congratulations, Johnny. And finally, our last senior is Nick Michael. You've heard Nick's name already with his expertise on soybeans in the chemistry lab. It's no surprise he qualifies as an academic All-American. Again, that's at least 3.75 in all 8 semesters of high school. He will attend the University of Akron, as a chemistry major with plans to pursue a PhD in chemistry. Nick?
Yes.
There you go. Awesome group, awesome coach, sustained excellence. Let's hear it for Firestone Swimming. Want to get pictures?
Yeah, I'm going to get a group photo, but I want it to be, I want it to be nice. So the people that are taller in the back, people are less tall in the front. So let's
Berkeley challenge.
Yeah. Joe, I want to get you in here. Cindy, I want to get you in here too. I may have to move this if that's all right. I won't be in the back. Is that okay? Absolutely. Can we move it a little bit? Is it okay? I just want it to be nice. I just want everybody. Joe, I want to get you in there. Okay.
I won't be in Johnny's way, I know that.
You won't, you're fine. Okay, I'm going to take 3 pictures. All you can do is smile, and all I have to do is shut up. So here we go. I'm going to go 1, 2, 3, and then I'm going to take 3 pictures, okay? 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. Here we go, right here. Look right here. Happy faces. 1, 2, 3. You make sure it's a good one. And that's so good, I'm going to take 2 more. Here we go. 1, 2, what? Thanks, sir.
Johnny Mason. Can we smile?
Yeah, there you go. No, well, I was. Nobody's in trouble here. Nobody's in trouble. You're not going to the principal's office. Here we go. On 2. Thank you, Derek. 2 more on 3. 1, 2, 3, and 1 more on 3. 1, 2, 3.
Congratulations, Zach.
She just graduated. Yeah, I know. Yeah. Oh, college. I know. Yeah. It's like 20 something.
Go to bed, ladies. Get some sleep. Get some sleep. It's bedtime. Yep, bedtime. Yep. Do that homework first, though. Bedtime.
Okay, so for our next presentation, I'm going to have some assistance from Deborah Falk, if she would please come forward. The board is as large as Deborah, so let's see here. So we would also like to ask for Bill Andrexler to come up. We are excited this evening to recognize Bill. He is Akron Public Schools Transportation Coordinator. Well, I'm going to leave it at that for right now. And he was honored by his peers during the recent annual Ohio Association of School Business Officials, OASBO, State Conference. Mr. Andrexler was awarded the Outstanding Transportation Director Award for 2023. Yay!
Let's get a picture of that.
Yeah.
Picture the picture. Hold on to that
Nice
side.
photo.
That's good right there. That's good right there. Keep smiling.
Even the smile is the same.
Oh, keep smiling. That's good. Thank you.
Okay, so we have a little bit more to read about you. Stand still. Okay, so this award, which recognized him for his efforts to improve APS student transport services since his arrival in 2015. He has improved the overall management of the entire fleet of buses, vans, upgraded routing software, improved a number of transportation service contracts, as well as the infrastructure assets. He has been active in assisting with other APS and OASBO staff in addressing state transportation legislative issues. And Mr. Andrexler, as part of your award, there's a provision which $500 will be awarded as a scholarship to an APS graduating senior from OASBO. Congratulations. You have to say some words. Speech.
Okay, well, speech.
Yeah.
Well, first of all, I'd like to thank everybody. And yes, I received the award, but it's actually for Akron. I would not have received this award if it wasn't for Akron. With our current board, our past board, superintendent, current and past, treasurer, all the way down, Deborah Falk is our #1 ally for us in the transportation department. And my drivers are our drivers and mechanics and everybody. So I could not get this award if it was not for the Akron team. So I do appreciate that.
Congratulations.
Good job.
Fantastic. Next, we move to Section 3 communications. Madam Superintendent.
So this evening, we have a special IB presentation. As we all know, our IB program has been widely recognized as a prestigious and rigorous educational framework that prepares our scholars for the challenges of an increasingly globalized world. Woo, woo. Our district has made considerable commitments to provide this learning opportunity to our scholars. So hopefully you had an opportunity before you came into the boardroom to hear hear from our scholars as they were giving presentations in the entry. It is with great pleasure to turn the meeting over to our Dr. Caver and Nicole Vitale, whose team will be providing an update on our International Baccalaureate. Thank you.
Thank you. So the IB program is designed to foster critical thinking, creativity, and international mindedness in scholars, enabling them to become knowledgeable, caring, and engaged citizens of the world. The presentation this evening will be done by our IB coordinators, and they'll have a chance to introduce themselves to you. They will provide you with an overview of the program and its benefits to our scholars. They will also highlight the unique features of the IB schools, including the rigorous academic standards, diverse scholar body, and commitment to community service and global awareness. We hope that this presentation will provide you with valuable insights into the IB program and its impact on our scholars and communities. I'm delighted now to turn this over to our IB coordinators, and they'll take the lead on the presentation. So before we get started, just take a minute, ladies, and introduce yourself and tell them where you are.
Hi, I'm Jennifer Bevan. I am a third-year APS employee at Firestone High School and the new IB coordinator there.
I'm Janet Lippincott, and I am a 35-year APS employee. I've been at King Elementary. I am the PCLC. I am an IB coordinator. I'm the IB coordinator at Resnick. I've been with APS for quite a few years.
And Lori.
Oh, Lori Bomas.
Sorry. Jen Victor, IB coordinator at CASE. I've been in APS about 20 years. I'm also a mom to 2 IB students. One more will be moving up next year, and an APS graduate.
Okay, I'm Sandy Klein. I am the IB coordinator at Litchfield Middle School, and I don't know, I've only been here like 10 years. No, just So, no, I've been at Litchfield for a while now. I was trying to figure that out the other day. So, 15 years at Litchfield. So I have the pleasure of introducing the programs to you tonight. So this first slide is just talking about what a small community we really are for IB. Worldwide, IB schools are a little over 5,000. In the United States, we have a little bit over 2,000 IB schools. And here in the state of Ohio, we have 48. And of those 48 schools, 6 of them are right here in APS. So we have 4 primary PYP, and we have our middle school, and we have our DP program. So where is IB in the immediate state surrounding us? So the stars there, they represent school systems that have 3 or more of the programs. We have 3 here at APS. So the stars represent ones that have 3 of the 4 programs or more. In APS, in the middle there, with the red star, the reason we're a red star is we were the first urban district in the state of Ohio to have all 3 programs. So the second district in the state of Ohio is now Cleveland Public Schools for urban districts. There are 48 schools in Ohio, but you can see there's only 4 school systems in Ohio that have 3 or more programs. And we are lucky to have that. And then this next slide, this just shows like our journey through the PYP. Or through the IB. We have our PYP students, we have our middle year program students, and our DP students. It's good to note here that we have 1 elementary school that actually has the preschool program. Case Elementary has the preschool program, and we go all the way up to 12th grade for the DP program.
So this slide showcases
some parent quotes from Resnick on international mindedness. And we wanted to showcase this to show how well international mindedness fits in with the equity work that is so important in Akron Public Schools. The IB focus on international mindedness stems from learner profile traits that all IB schools focus on. So when we're really working with our students on being knowledgeable, communicators, inquirers, open-minded, caring, thinkers, and the other IB learner profile traits, and we're asking our students to reflect on how they're growing in each of those attributes, you can see how their understanding of appreciation for others, appreciation for diversity, and that thought of international mindedness just fits hand in hand with the work that we do at Akron Public Schools.
So each of us are going to talk about some kind of a data point that our school can showcase or highlight that has to do with IB. And as Lori mentioned, there are many elements of the IB. We've got a lot of acronyms, but we also have a lot of terms that we use. She mentioned learner profile traits, those 10 attributes that we try to grow in our students to recognize a common humanity for everybody. We also teach based on inquiry and collaboration and teamwork in a local and global context. We encourage our students to have a voice in the classroom and choice. So agency is another one of our vocabulary words that we use with kids, and to take action based on their learning. We also develop the 21st century skills those real world skills, soft skills that we all talk about as well as educators. On our King data point, I'm trying to highlight that all of the things that I just mentioned many of them are the portrait of an elementary scholar that the Akron Public Schools has developed and showcased. So we just do it in a very synchronized and methodical way. And I don't mean methodical in that we plan for that. We plan for all of these things as part of our everyday vocabulary and lessons. We did a recent survey of King students in 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade, and that they indicated that the students, that's what the slide is about, are given experiences to become inquirers. They're given experiences to work with members in their classroom and learn those communication skills, and they also are given opportunities to take action based on their learning.
Portage Path unfortunately couldn't be here tonight. They're at an IB training and making sure that they meet the requirements for IB. So I told them that I would share their data points with you. Their focus was around family engagement. And years back, when they were trying to get families into the building, they were struggling. And each time the staff would show up and they would plan different events and they would get very minimal turnout. As they started the journey through IB, they started incorporating in different components of it and tried to put an inquiry spin on it and teach families what IB was about. And you can see that through their journey, their numbers have increased. So while I'm up here, I'm going to talk a little bit about the data for CASE, and this one had to do with our state report card. So when we first started this journey and through our candidate phase, you can see up there that our state report card was not too good. We were receiving an F at that time. So we went through our first 2 years of our candidate phase. We were then authorized, and we moved up a slight bit to a D. This here, should we have received a rating from the state, and we know that there was a change with the grades, but we would have anticipated a B or a C on that. And this is consistent amongst the MAP testing and iReady testing as well. Additionally, according to Ohio Department of Education, 3 of the 5 APS elementary schools with the most overall stars are IB schools.
So similar to CASE sharing their growth, Resnick wanted to share our achievement results from our state report card from the 2021-2022 school year. As you can see, As Jen was pointing out, there was B's and C's, and then the state switched their ranking, and so it's stars this year, or last year. So in early literacy, Resnick received 3 stars, in progress 4 stars, and in gap closure we had 5 stars. Again, has seen growth, and then we were very proud that even after COVID that we were able to keep our achievement to what we were seeing pre-COVID. So very proud of our scholars and our teachers for our achievements.
Okay, so I'm here to talk about Litchfield, and we had 2 things that we wanted to highlight. One of the things we wanted to highlight was talking about that learner profile. So with our PBIS initiative, we really took the learner profile and integrated it. Last year, we were recognized as one of the middle schools in Ohio to get the Bronze Award from the state of Ohio for our initiatives. And we are trying to do that again this year. We've already added another level, another tier to our PBIS system, so we are applying again. And then our other data point is around service projects in the community. So you can see before IB, we didn't have anything. During authorization, we had 8th grade that we had 3/4 participating. So during authorization, in part of our program is the 8th grade has to do a community project. So all the 8th graders do a project in groups of 3 or 1, depending, and how they can better the community. So this year, after our current evaluation phase, we decided we wanted to add the 6th and 7th graders in on the service projects. So we have 6th and 7th graders that as a class with their cooperating teacher are doing services to the community. So that shows our data for that.
I'm going to speak for just a minute about Firestone, but before I do that, you've seen middle school and elementary school diagrams up on the board. That big circle is the IB focus. Right in the center of it, you'll see the images of children. That's because the learner profile, which we spoke about at the very beginning, is the central point of what IB is about, and creating those globally aware critical thinkers that are going to go out into our world and make it a better place. So I just wanted to give you kind of a focal point for you as you looked at that diagram and really understood why we are so passionate about the IB program in APS. Firestone's program has been around for 25 years. We are graduating our 26th class, which is pretty phenomenal. You will hear in just a few minutes from some of those students, but you also saw some of them at the very beginning. They are an amazing group of kids. We tout the fact that we're 100% graduation rate. Our college acceptance is 100%. Not all 100% go to college. Some of them choose to take a gap year. Some of them choose to do community service, but they make their way back to that secondary experience or that post-secondary experience, and they go far beyond that. Some of the young people that you talked to today are going to pursue degrees in medicine, in engineering, and their dreams go far beyond what the classroom offers. Part of that is because of the diversity and the globalization that they learn about in their classrooms on a daily basis. The average exam score for Firestone is a 4.81 out of 7. And then the worldwide score is a 4.91. That's worldwide. That's over 5,000 schools. That's pretty amazing. And the IB diplomas awarded at Firestone, we would love to be 100%. The reality of the world is that not everybody is going to get that diploma, but our percentage rate is fairly high. The worldwide diploma is 83.4%. For a program that's been around for much longer than Firestone's program, hopefully we'll get to that 83.4% with a little bit more longevity.
So I wanted to just touch base about the accountability and continuous improvement through the IB organization. So once we are authorized, all of our schools, we do go through periodic reviews and evaluations. So every 5 years, we do undergo an evaluation with the IB organization. We have to do a self-study with our staffs. We fill out a preliminary review, and then an IB team either comes to the school, or during COVID, we had virtual meets. And they're there for 2 to 3 days, talking to students, talking to parents, talking to the teachers. And then they, after the school visit, if you look up there, after the school visit, they do a report. They gather all the information, the evaluators, and then they share it with the schools. And then that allows us to plan an action plan. So we can put goals on there. We can refine our skills. They tell us our strengths, and they tell us our challenges as well. So their whole goal is to make us continuously improve and set goals for ourselves. I think the next one, Jill.
So you've heard from us, and we live this, we believe it with every ounce of our being. We would not be in these positions if we didn't. But there's other stakeholders that we thought you might like to hear from also. So we want to share their voices with you.
Why IB? Why IB?
I am a teacher that values the required teaching approaches that come with being an IB teacher, such as inquiry and concept-based learning. Here at CASE, we dive deep into our standards in a transdisciplinary way. We watch our kids grow as they use various approaches to learning, such as communication skills, thinking skills, and their self-skills. I love being an IB teacher.
Because of the partnerships that grow and develop between the students and the teachers, everyone becomes the learner and everyone becomes a teacher. The agency that students have to be a part of their education is just unbelievable. That's why IB.
I am currently an IB educator at KCLC. I currently support the students in our Achieve unit. I truly learned a new love for teaching. The collaboration, professional development, and global mindset evolved me into a lifelong learner. And IB is the reason I continue to be a teacher.
I'm a 2000 IB grad from Firestone High School and current APS parent of a 5th grader at STEM and triplets in kindergarten at Resnick. IB's inquiry taught me to ask questions and solve problems. This is an essential part of my children's education in the IB program. IB's community-based thinking showed me the importance of contributing to the world around us and has helped teach my children to make thoughtful contributions to their community and made them more empathetic to others.
The balanced curriculum of the IB diploma program has given me the academic experience that I need to succeed in the real world.
Why IB? IB has helped me become a better risk taker and a better communicator.
Through IB, I've met so many new cool has progressed my social skills and made me a more caring person.
IB was a great challenge to develop my communicator skills and help benefit my social skills, strengthening that relationship with my teachers, my coaches, my family, and my friends.
The IB program helps me strive to be an inquirer, knowledgeable, and caring through high-quality education for a better world.
Electrical community service is helping change the lives of animals. So when it comes to doing that sort of service, it just brings me happiness and just a good feeling to help those that need it. The cereal box challenge was part of our 4th grade IB unit. Our sharing Hall of Fame includes is the ball ring, the parents, and the teachers, and community members. These projects help us build a better world.
So that's the conclusion of our presentation to you on the YIB for all of us. We want to thank you for listening to us and for continuing to support what we see as such an instrumental program in providing rigor, challenge, preparation, and, I don't know, just plain good humanity. But thank you again, and if you have any questions, feel free to contact any of us at our schools, and we'll be happy to invite you out to see something that's going on in our building. Thank you.
Thank you.
So are there any questions from board members? Ms. Autry.
It's not really a question, just a comment. I remember coming on the board in 2020. This was one of the first things I remember us voting on. I want to say Portage Path was the last school. And so at the time, being a brand new board member, didn't really fully understand. So it was just kind of nice to see, these many years later, a true full picture of what's going on. And so don't regret my vote.
Mr. Alexander?
Yeah, I just want to say thank you, too, because I'm so proud of the program, because my daughter was in the first IB program at Firestone, and she talks about IB. She just said the other day, Dad, I got a little granddaughter. She's going to be IB. We got to get her in IB school. And she's talking IB. She's been like 30 years out of school, maybe, but she's still talking this IB. And I told her, I don't even know what IB is, really. Irritable bowel. No. But it is. It's very good, and she still lives through that today. And she just came 2 years ago, a clinical epidemiologist, and so she's still working on that, and it's all because of the IB program. So thank you all.
Fantastic. Are there other questions or comments from board members? Ms. Jackson.
I just want to say well done to you all. I had the pleasure to interact with your students, and this is the real deal. I talked, the young lady, she was in the video, Litchfield, she presented on today. She was so excited about the learning. She was very knowledgeable. Also already highlighted the Firestone IB teacher. And what her student, what's the young lady's name? Caroline. Caroline said, everyone should see IB. Everyone should experience IB because it's so wonderful. She was excited about the experiences that she has within the IB program. And then when I talked to the learners, I believe from Resnick and King, they collected about 850 boxes of cereal. The goal was 1,000. However, they collected 850 or so, maybe more, the teacher said, and the Akron Canton Food Bank came. What a great way to not only incorporate learning, but service and giving back. And the kids were excited and proud about that, and I was too. So I want to thank you for sharing that with us. I want to thank you for your passion, and also the young, I'm not sure, the whole cluster was 2 different kids on this side. I know Resnick was one, I don't know who was on the other side, but it was the Ronald McDonald House, Urban League. It was Resnick, it was 2 schools though. It was Ronald McDonald, Urban League, Metro Parks, and it was a 4th one. Anyway, they were phenomenal. I'm going to keep talking about the Metro Parks girl because they need to give her a scholarship, a gift card, something, because I truly learned so much from that. But again, I don't want to belabor the point, but when excellence looks different, I think we should. And teachers, sometimes we plant the seeds and you may never see the harvest, but I'm grateful for you all because you are planting righteous and strong seeds, and it's coming out in your learners. So again, just thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there other thoughts or comments, questions? So I think I just have a couple items quickly. One, you talked a lot about the impact that this program has on the students. I would love for you all to at some point come back and talk about the impact that it has on you, right? Because, this whole idea of globalism is a fairly complex topic. And whether it's being taught in a math class or a science class or what we call history nowadays or civics, I'm not sure what we call it, it's a fairly important concept, and so you are all having to constantly update yourselves as well, so that way you can keep teaching the curriculum, is my understanding. And so, so I at some point would love to have you all come back and talk about like how it's impacted you and how your style or mode of instruction has changed since because again, when you first began teaching IB as a first-year IB teacher, you evolved to where you are now, right? Whether that means that you're a coordinator now, right? I mean, but still, really would love to hear more about your journey and how you've evolved with the program. I'd love to hear more about that. And then I guess my question was, I didn't realize we had a IB preschool. That went right over my head. So can someone just talk about that for a minute? When did that start? I feel like I should know that. I mean, when did that start? And tell me more about that. I'd love to hear more about that.
Sure.
Yeah.
So the wonderful thing about the PYP is that IB is for all. Yeah. Every single student that is in our school is included in. We've got the kids that are on the IEPs. We've got the kids that are gifted. Every child that walks through our door, IB is for them. At the preschool level, we've got 3- and 4-year-olds that are in the classroom, play-based learning, and we're still crafting the units of inquiry. And so how can we get down on their level and listen to what they're doing and ask them questions to kind of capture what they're thinking about the play-based learning and introduce additional materials to support it. Okay. So if you were to walk into our preschool teacher's classroom, you would see on top of all of the lockers bins and bins and bins. Words don't do it justice. Every unit that she does, every lesson that she does, she changes out the materials in her room so that whatever concepts the students are exploring, she introduces the toys or the art supplies or the music or whatever it is to meet their needs. She also has a lot of materials so that students can capture whatever it is they're thinking in a way that's meaningful to them. So when you think of the traditional blocks that are in a classroom, if they're building the city and they're talking about community workers, she has little blank peg people, and that becomes part of the art station so that students can make the people for the community that look like them or look like their families or represent their families. And it's really pretty incredible. Come check it out sometime. I think you might not want to leave. It's awesome.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And selfishly, I have a preschooler and a soon-to-be preschooler, so I will be coming to talk with you out there. So thank you all. We appreciate your time. Thank you so much.
So, Dr. Hall, can I just recognize our principals for a minute?
Sure,
so our IB principals are here, and most of them are here. If you guys want to stand up for a second and just let us give you a clap for the work that you do. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
So at this time, I would like to have Marcy.
Ms. Isaac, was there a picture we were supposed to do? Are you sure? Oh, okay. All right. Okay. I just want to make sure that we didn't. Okay. All right. Okay. Sorry. Okay. I'm sorry.
Marcy Bright will come forth. We're going to have a topic around our jobs for Ohio graduation work-based learning presentation at this time. Michelle Collins is with us this evening. She is the executive director of Connexus Northeast Ohio, a key community partner of the college and career academies. Since the beginning, Connexus is a nonprofit backbone guiding workforce development organization in our community. We also have Danico Bickley Knight, is the Youth and Community Opportunity Director for the City of Akron's Mayor's Office. His role is to work with organizations within the nonprofit sector to identify and coordinate violence reduction programs. And we also have Rochelle Mitchell with Summit County Coordinator for Jobs for Ohio graduates. She manages a staff of career specialists throughout Summit County and supervises the BOSS year-round work experience program. So I'm going to turn it over to them at this time.
Can I just introduce Jason real Yeah. Oh, and we also have with us a student from Buchtel, Jason Jones, and he's hung with us until almost 8 o'clock tonight. Jason's, are you a senior this year, Jason? Jason is a senior in the culinary program, and he wants to speak tonight about his experience with work-based learning. We also had a Miss Rebecca Williams. She had to get home. Her mother wanted her home. So, but we appreciate them both hanging as long as they did, and Jason being here, and you'll hear from him shortly.
Jason, just real quick, that's the baby brand. This is a student that's also an entrepreneur. So just so you know the multi-faceted, this is the job. Remember I highlighted it. So his brand is the baby brand. So I just definitely want to shout him out. He's doing great things. I'm proud of him.
Well, thank you, Superintendent Outley, President Hall, and the board. We wanted to bring a team together for you today to learn more about the work-based learning work for our students in Akron Public Schools. Today, in your board document, there is an item for consideration to support work-based learning. And I, as my role as the Chief of Schools, I wanted to make sure we were clear on some really critical components of this. First and foremost, it has always been designed and implemented to be part of our college and career academies, to have our students be deeply embedded in work-based experiences so that they come out ready for life. Secondly, this is an expectation from the state of Ohio. As the state report card indicates, we have to make sure that we are ensuring work-based learning is happening, and we do get a report card measure for students who earn 250 hours of work-based learning during their high school years. And then lastly, this is a continuation of our work. You all approved work-based learning summer internships last year through a partnership with YOU, Youth Opportunities Unlimited. So today is just a continuation of that, and we wanted to make sure we gave you all of that information before you make a decision today. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to our Director of College and Career Academies, Marcy E. Bright.
Thank you. You also have on your desks a white paper that has more detailed information than the scope of this presentation may give, but to read at your leisure later on. And the consent agenda item that it goes along with is 23.1. So I do want to highlight, in this is a true partnership of work across Jobs for Ohio Graduates, Connexus NEO, the City of Akron, Akron Public Schools have all had voices and parts in this work, and I've asked them to be here tonight so that you could hear from them, their context, and what they're bringing to the collective partnership. What is work-based learning? If you're sort of new to this environment and what does it mean to go out and be a work-based learner, similar to an internship, a time where a student can go out into an environment and sort of experiment, see what it's like to work outdoors, see what it's like to work in an office, understand what that thing is that you dial on the desktop, that you press 9 and dial out. We have interns come in and they have to figure out how to use an office phone. Just being in those environments and being able to understand that, and then see if they like it, right? To see if I want to be in that environment. So it's providing all those practical experiences that we can give kids while they're in school so that they aren't heading off into college or into a training program and realize later that I really don't like this environment that I found myself in. So having those opportunities that we give them now. That's it in a nutshell. So those authentic real-world experiences tied to their academics, technical, and professional skills. It's also aligned to their program of study as much as possible. So if they're studying the culinary arts, we try to find them placements in culinary or related type programs where they can have that type of experience. Include an employment learning plan in place. That means that the employer and the student have a plan in place for what they're going to learn while they're there. Our employers need to understand that kids don't come in with a huge range of technical skills already, that they are learners, right? They're not coming in to do this massive job, but they're coming in to get some experience on that job site. So they sit down and they think about what are the things and the goals that they're going to have while they're at that learning environment, and then they provide them with evaluations at the conclusion of the experience. And they may vary widely based on what type of environment students will be in. some benefits for students and for the district around work-based learning. As Ms. Tecca mentioned, it is a report card measure. It is required on our federal, state, and indicators with ODE and our career technical plan as a career technical planning district, that report card as well. We know that all future work trends indicate that employers want their employees to come into the work-based environment with the skills and assets and experiences. Well, how do they get skills and assets and experiences if they never have chances to get skills and assets and experiences? So it's really important that beyond the classroom, we're able to provide those for our students and prepare them. Looks to increase the student's social capital, gives them networking opportunities, gets to meet other adults in the industry and fields in which they are interested, and immersive experiences. So you can give them simulated environments. I didn't know this until I started really digging into some of this work, that you can do simulated work environments. You can do school-based enterprises. Entrepreneurship activities count in all of this, that kids can document work-based learning activities. But being able to really be immersed in that and understand it is the key focus of this piece. It's also a critical recovery component that we'll speak to, and really growing opportunity for local Akron talent. So tapping them and making sure that they have those opportunities. In Akron, we've been building business partnerships, engagements for the last 5 years. This has been a focus of the board and the instructional policy priority. We've been meeting with industry sector partnerships since 2021, designing and thinking about what this would look like between our students and our schools and the industries. As Rachel mentioned, we'd had prior approval last summer when we did our field test and pilot out there. I'm going to talk a little bit about some of the lessons learned with that. And we have had in our schools what we've called in our senior year some targeted kids that were able to take advantage of it, and some other outside agencies that were able to work with our students. So, but nothing systemic up until this point. Our field test last year, things that we learned as we came away from that we knew that we needed to continue equitable access across the experience. So that it wasn't just for some students or a few students or the kids in that pathway or at that school that got the opportunities, that they were really deliberate about all students having equitable access and being able to take advantage of this throughout high school. Design structures for the greatest success. Right now, what we learned from that pilot last year was that we did not have the structures for the greatest success. And we really needed to think back, sit down, and sit with other thinkers around this topic and figure out how we were going to get those structures ready. Being able to track all the hours and data. Sounds like an easy task, but when you have students across multiple different experiences many times over their high school years, having a way to collect that data, accurately report it so that the student gets the benefit, we get the benefit, and then we're able to see what type of experiences that we've been giving our students holistically. We learned that we needed to make sure that our students, families, and scholars, students and families and community members, as well as our partnerships, were well informed about what it meant to be a participant in work-based learning, and that we needed mentors in the schools, that we needed someone at the school that they could turn to that could troubleshoot issues they may have, and it is just dedicated to this particular work, and it isn't placed on somebody else who may or may not have the time to assist them. So the youth employment design team came together and thought through all of those issues, and their recommendation was a need for a local broker partner to support the work. And I'm going to cue and jog here. All right.
Thank you, Marcy. So again, my name is Rochelle Mitchell, and I am the county coordinator for Jobs for All Graduates. Jobs for All Graduates has been in existence since 1987. We currently serve youth who are in need of trying to make a decision on what their direction they're trying to go to overcome those obstacles that they have right now in their life to be better citizens as they transition from school to work. Currently, we are excited and we can't wait to partner with Akron Public Schools with this work-based learning initiative. We are planning right now we have 150 businesses that we have already connected with that are already on board with this work-based learning initiative. And Marcy, I need you to cue the next page for me. You did it. Okay. You did it. Okay. So, but yeah, we are really excited. And like I said, we have 150 employers right now that are already on board. This is not something that is new to Job for Our Graduates. We call ourselves JOG as well. This is not something that is new. We have been doing this for 10 plus years as far as connecting our youth with these career-based initiatives with employers to try to give them an interest that they're interested in when they work with us. We are currently housed in all Akron Public Schools. There will be a coordinator that will be housed that will go to the different schools to work with those career specialists that we actually have in those schools that would be that mentor, that extra support that Marcy was alluding to provide that assistance for their students. And some of you may not know me, but I have done this program for a long, when I was a little kid, for summer youth, and I was a supervisor then, so when my kids go out and they need that assistance, my specialists know we got to get it done because we want to make sure our kids are being successful and those employers are actually giving them those tools, those skills, and that work experience that they need when they're working on those jobs. We currently have 525 businesses that are committed to us right now, and we have over 250 students that we plan to employ this summer, and we plan to have them with a 68% pathway match for this upcoming summer. And these are some of the jobs that some of our kids have had over the summers, with some of our business partner relationships we have with some of our businesses. You can see here we have Akron Classic Auto Body, which is here on the north side of Akron, the Talk of Town Screen Printing. I'm not sure where that one's at, but we do. I know we've worked with them for quite some time. Rubber City Harley Davidson, who we have them as far as our automotive, our retail, marketing, a lot of the businesses, whatever we try to need, because they all have those different career pathways. We try to align those kids up in those different facets. Market Street Grill and 91.3 Summit and Showcase Meats. Again, this is a great opportunity for us. It's a great opportunity for the students that we here at Akron Public Schools. What better way to align them with this opportunity, with this collaboration with the College and Career Academies to align them with the opportunity to have them livable wage once they graduate from high school. Thank you.
Thank you.
So good evening. Thanks for having me. My name is Danico Buckley Knight. I serve as the Youth and Community Opportunity Director for the Mayor's Office, City of Akron. Basically, my role is to identify what can we do from the Mayor's Office to identify ways to improve the community, ways to improve our youth, and ways to improve our young adults. And if we're really focusing on the youth, the young adults in the community, we'll see a better community and we'll see the reduction in violence. My position was created, though, from the community. During that Racial Equity Social Justice Task Force, due to the George Floyd murder in Minneapolis, Akron created a task force to really look at some of the things that we can improve. And one of the things that we talked about was how we have a lot of violence that's going on in our community. So a position was created to kind of serve as that liaison between the mayor's office and the community to really be able to improve and address the violence that is going on in our community. One of the tasks that I have been one of my tasks is to create a strategic plan around violence intervention and prevention. This community had a plan put together in 2019, but there really wasn't a person that was full time to move that plan forward. So that's kind of what my task is. So looking at the strategic plan, we have 8 strategies that we want to address to improve our community and reduce the violence. And really what I did particularly was looked at about 5 different reports that really highlighted that young adults really are expressing the need of livable wage employment opportunities. And that is like the #1 issue that they deem to want to kind of like address in order to change the narrative of their life. So after heavy consideration of those different reports, we wanted to make sure that we incorporated a plan that has an approach around workforce development in our strategic plan. So approach 8 is workforce development, and basically education and training to provide young people with the skills necessary to earn enough income to afford adequate shelter, food, and other necessities for a satisfactory standard of living. And that is, again, a summary of those young adults who've been incarcerated and talked about some of the things that they wanted to improve their life. One of the recommended actions is to promote and expand the partnership that we're talking about with businesses, jobs in Ohio graduates, Akron Public Schools, College of Career Readiness, the Out of School Time Network, Summit County Job and Family Services, and others to provide a wide array of job and entrepreneurship training and placement opportunities. So that is, again, highlighted specifically in our strategic plan as one of the recommended actions. And lastly, I'm messing up now.
There you go.
Nope.
Was there another one?
Yeah. Go back. There we go. And then one of the other recommended actions I just wanted to highlight that we have in our strategic plan is to expand marketing initiatives to increase community awareness of workforce development and programs and opportunities. And then lastly, provide networking, mentorship, and leadership development opportunities for youth with community and business leaders. So lastly, I'll say, in addition to working for the city, I also work for Akron Public Schools. I'm the varsity officer coordinator for East High School. And in 5 years, we lost 5 kids. So this is serious work. This is something that we have to do in order to really change the narrative of our community. So I'm excited to be able to work with the city, work on behalf of the city with you all to really improve the community and reduce the violence.
Good evening. Thank you, President Hall and the Board of Education for allowing us the opportunity. We've been fortunate at Connexus NEO to, as was mentioned, to be a longtime partner to college and career academies, providing labor market information and better connecting community initiatives. Just to provide some perspective, at any given time, we have over 14,000 job postings in Summit County. And so, unfortunately, oftentimes there's low interest in some of these in-demand occupations, interest in filling some of these most critical workforce needs. And so we think it is important for students to gain experiences, gain access to these opportunities early on. Because of the current worker shortage, of course, we have to acknowledge that we lost many community members to COVID, to the opiate crisis, but unfortunately, it's made it difficult for our community's businesses to keep doing business. And so we think that we see that by providing these work-based learning experiences, that it allows them to get special projects done, and it allows our APS students to gain new skills. A concerted effort about work-based learning began back in 2021 with the industry sector partnerships, convening about 50 employers, really to gain insight as to what can we learn from those who are offering experiences to high school and college students, as well as to understand better why wouldn't you offer these experiences to our students. More recently, we've been able to generate more interest with employers by inviting Akron Public Schools and JOG to participate and to get the information out in front of about 60 employers. And we've since been able to connect them directly to JOG and Akron Public Schools to garner more and more interest. Later on this summer, we're going to put out a resource to employers to really help them think through how do they provide meaningful experiences for students. And really this is informed by a lot of the college and career academy partners that already exist. And then finally, we anticipate that work-based learning experiences can inform a student's next career move, hopefully converting into employment down the road. But we have been identifying organizations that can support them with that transition to full-time employment. So to the point made earlier about keeping learners here, we want students to stay locally to fill our local workforce needs. So we continue to meet with college and career academies to brainstorm how do we better connect students to local resources like JOG, like our public workforce system, so that graduates of Akron Public Schools can continue to have access to resources and remove any barriers that would prevent them from working in our community. Thank you, Board, for considering this work-based learning initiative and the value we know it will bring to enrich our students' lives and enrich our local economy. Thank you.
So this summer, we're expanding opportunities using summer programming, and I think I talked about that with you a few weeks ago when we did a presentation on our expanded learning briefly. Part of it introduced you to Carolyn French, who is the coordinator from JOG that is placed right here in the College and Career Academy's office, and is starting to work with the other job specialists in the building to get students placement for the summer. So right this summer, we are expanding to serve at least 300 kids. That's like our floor. We're going to get more, so at least 300 kids. And then throughout the school year, all of those job specialists out there could serve 40 to 50 kids on their caseload, at any given time. So students could be in work-based experiences, stop, go into something else. Another kid could come on board. So you could look at about 500 students out in the field throughout the year, rotating in and out of job experiences. So the long-term sustainability team has been meeting. So beyond this year, what are we looking for? Because this isn't just a one and done. This is something we know we've got the design. We know we've got a good plan in place. We're going to get the systems and structures implemented right now, start recruiting kids, live through this year, and then we're planning for long-term sustainability with all of the partners that you've been hearing from. The Out-of-School Time Network and the city have been meeting and thinking about what do we need to do to keep this going forward, and where will those pots of dollars come from to pay students, the staff, and everything that needs to happen to continue the programming. So we're looking for some accountability measures at the end. That the reporting measure looks at 15% of scholars in each of our pathways. So if I'm in the masonry pathway and there's 100 students, that means 15 of the students by the time they graduate and their graduation cohort would have been going through that to meet that measure. So, and we'll have all of those students 100% aligned to the Ohio Means Job Seal. We're going to increase those post-secondary placements. We're going to align those graduation plans directly to what the scholar needs are, so those alternative competencies are being accessed for all of them, and increase the graduation attendance and engagement. We're looking for 90% satisfaction out of our students and their placements and the employers with our students. So, we can stop talking. I'll turn it over to Jason, and so he can speak to you about his experience in work-based learning.
Hi, my name is Jason Jones. I'm a senior at Book 2 COC. I have been in the JOG program for 2 years. Prior to joining JOG, I struggled with focusing, dealing with my emotions. This program has helped me work on these things through support and work experience. I completed my work experience at Balch Fitness Center and guest services. I really enjoy helping customers and working with kids. Working there taught me a responsibility, work ethic, and how to deal with people. And my boss taught me a lot about what companies expect from employees and how to set myself apart from other large crowds and stuff. This experience helped me with my own business, Bailey the brand, with dealing with customers. And after graduation, I will be attending Notre Dame College to study business. Thank you for having me.
Thank you for staying. Appreciate that. Okay, at this time, I'd like to pause for any questions.
Questions from members of the board? Ms. McKittrick.
You have a slide that has some of the businesses that are partnering with APS. Are there any bigger businesses? Because these are small businesses, and I'm wondering, because the request of us tonight is $425,000. So what are these other businesses? What financial piece do they put into this whole thing?
No, go ahead.
Well, basically what it is, the program, we are government funded. So a lot of the students will receive funding through tandem funds that we receive for that work experience. And what we do is that most of our employers are aware that what we want, the goal of the program is to hire our participants once they complete this program. And for the most part, most of our employers do hire our participants. For example, like Jason alluded to, he was working at Ball Street Fitness Center, which is with the city of Akron. Mm-hmm. They wanted to hire him, but because he's going to college, they can't hire him. So we do have those relationships where we have those employers, and the relationship is that they hire our participants once they complete the program.
Okay, so then my follow-up is then the $425,000, what does that buy?
So right now, the programming as it exists through JOG deals primarily with students below the federal poverty level, and then the incentives that go along with it. So the grants that they're bringing continue to serve those students. With these dollars, all students will have the opportunity. So the income guidance is sort of, any kid who's thinking, I want to take on an internship, can meet with the job specialist, and on the back end, they would decide which one of the buckets of money we would be funding them from. So the investment that we're making now is adding to the dollars that JOG is bringing from all of their grant dollars. So there's a wider variety of dollars to pull from to fund the students. Student pay. Students are getting $15 an hour for.
So this money is paying the students, but so the employers aren't paying the students.
Correct.
We
Oh,
are
yes.
paying
Yeah.
the students.
So one of the biggest benefits and obstacles we have had previously to implementing work-based learning is, imagine you want to. There's hundreds of employers out there. Everyone has a different way they onboard an employee, orient an employee, paperwork they have to go through, background checks they have to go through, if they have drug testing or not, all the different steps you can imagine that they have to go through. So essentially they get hired by JOG. JOG places one of our high-quality students with a business partner who has agreed to take on a student learner. So they're not having to go through all the extra paperwork of being employed or anything that employer has to go through on their end. They're taking in one of our students employed through JOG. So we manage all of that for them. Does that clear that up? Yeah, that's probably a little messy. So no, they don't pay them. We're paying the student directly.
Okay. And this amount is for 1 year?
For 1 year, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Jackson.
I want to thank you all for the wonderful presentation. There was a slide I want to address because Valerie kind of walked into my question slightly, and just for clarification, I think it is a very important piece because those who are TANF qualified are going to get TANF funds. But what will happen is students will be eliminated if they were just a few dollars over the poverty mark. Many of the grants that I receive for youth entrepreneurship at my job, if it's federal funded, it eliminates kids that will be wonderful for the programming, but they don't qualify. And so we have to secure private funders, which goes to the point I want to hit with, I think that Val was addressing. When we look at collaboration, we know that the city got certain ESSER funds for youth nonviolence, which aligns with this. So when we're talking about getting with our other partners and community partners, you know, Marcy already brought this up too, is that a lot of these organizations are getting free labor. And even though we're training our kids and we're as the educational component are funding it, I wonder if long-term planning, we're giving you quality students that are capable to do the job, and it should be almost like a matching grant for these corporations because they're getting this labor. And I would go so far even to assert that with some of these companies, with some of the students, when we talk about masonry, carpentry, you know, the term a journeyman, that at 16 years old, they can go alongside a union person and gain this skill and get paid, and when they graduate, possibly get union dollars. So I'm curious about, I don't know which slide it is when we talk about getting with those partners. Do we have a time frame on when we're talking about long-term sustainability as far as funding?
We'll have within the year. The design team has met a few times. We have a lot of ideas on the table and funder sources to go through for long-term sustainability beyond this school year.
Excellent.
And I would think in the next 6 to 9 months we'll have a proposal to bring back about where we've landed with all of that.
Because I think this is a great opportunity for our learners.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, I think this is a great opportunity. But it was a city one about mentorships, and it was the city of Akron, number 8. Yeah, right. Yeah.
One more? One more? You got it?
Danico's part.
Oh, Danico's part.
Yeah, it was talking about like mentorships and the things that. For oh, no, this is not the one.
The next one. I talked about mentorship. The last one, I believe. There we go. Provide network.
Yeah.
I'm gonna stop pressing.
Yeah. So, which I think is so great. And I was actually looking over, I was reading some things the other day, and I was going to bring up to my board colleagues, because at some point there was a mentor program, iMentor program, something that the district. iCare Mentor. Okay, and so I just wonder, what does that look like? Because we know Gann Academy in Cleveland is doing great things with one-on-one mentors for their learners, boasting 100% graduation rate, 100% acceptance into college. And so I wonder, how can we better help those efforts, or does the city already have a framework where you have, mentors that are going to be able to commit and walk these learners through the journey?
Let me come to the mic, because you spoke exactly what I was thinking. Both of you, a combination. So again, I have a son that's 17 and a son that's 16. They go to Akron Public Schools, and I hear the great work of what we're doing around this work-based learning. But my kids won't be able to participate because we make too much money. But they're in this Akron Public Schools district that they're learning work-based experiences, but they're not really necessarily eligible to be a part of the work-based experience because of the income. So in the space that I'm in, that we're in, providing some funding to be able to provide this opportunity to all is important. And then the other part that I want to highlight is exactly what you were saying. Like, if we do this right, 10 years from now, this is just the norm. The norm is you go to high school, you participate with this work-based experience, you get a job working in that field, and then you graduate and determine what you want to do in your career. We've had 8 approaches, and the main approach that the city funded was around mentorship, because both myself and our mayor feels that a strong mentor group, a strong mentor program will get you into those other areas of life. So currently we have about 16 organizations that we're funding around mentorship, and one of them is iCare Mentoring, who will be presenting at our Health Equity Summit next week about the work that they're doing and how the city funding them has allowed them to do a little bit more, similar with JOGS. The city is funding JOGS to be able to do more than just the traditional JOGS program. So hopefully 10 years from now down the line, we're really looking at our community differently than what we're looking at currently.
Thank you. Excellent.
Are there other questions? Okay, Mr. Alexander?
I'm just going to comment, and I'm trying to keep my mouth shut, but I understand all this work that's going on because I was part of it. I worked for JOG for about 10 years. I went to private industry. I worked with the court system. And so I have a lot of understanding of what they're trying to do. And I've also been mentored myself. My mentor is 96 years old. The other one is 71 years old. And they've been mentoring me since I was 14. So that is important. But you got to have the money as well, because I know with the monies that TANF give, and when the city of Akron used to give, the county used to give, that they had to meet that certain threshold, and there were a lot of kids that got left out. We had a lot of good kids who didn't get opportunity to get a work experience because they didn't have the funds when there to give them that opportunity. But the ones who were on the other end, they got an opportunity. We want to create a vision, a plan that will allow all of our kids, because now we're getting all of our kids. Now we're talking about equity. Now we're talking about equitable. So we want to make sure that happens. So I understand all this. I was trying to let everybody else say things, but because I've been through this, I understand it. I've been in those in Ms. Mitchell's position. I work alongside of her. I work with Ms. Chapman for a number of years with our work experience program with Akron Public Schools. I was the coordinator for that. So I understand all this funding and these sources, but you got to have some of these outside sources to give some money, which is what you're talking about, I think, Val, in the end. So this will start, and hopefully what this will create is individuals to give employers to give money to bring these kids in, so we don't have to fund it, so that they'll take care of all the funding, and these kids can get the experience they need. Because my youngest daughter and my oldest daughter, they couldn't get into a program like this. We did the same thing, so they were kind of left out, but we had to try to find a way to get them into where they can get the work experience that some of these other kids were getting. So I understand where we're going with the money. Just to start, and hopefully it'll eventually turn into these companies and these businesses taking over and saying, okay, come on, bring the kid. We're going to pay him. We're going to take care of everything. So I think that's where they're trying to go, and that's That's my baby right there, because I just don't like to see kids get left behind because of something that maybe the adults don't do to help. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Alexander. We believe this system has set up that structure to help that move forward that way.
I'm sorry. I think, Ms. McKittrick, you were first. Go ahead.
I love this program. My concern is when these ESSER dollars are gone, then what?
Yeah, that's our concern too. That's why the sustainability team's been meeting early.
That's why I asked the question. I asked because we are going to need folks
Right.
to come in because September 2024, we're done with ESSER, and that's a chunk of money to have pulled out. So
And I think the way that we've designed this is really innovative, and that's probably the purpose of ESSER dollars, is to really think about how can you be innovative in the design and structures to get them up and going. And I think that this is going to really lay that foundation. So the sustainability team is that piece. Like, we know that they're going to go away. So if we're going to keep with equity, being able to offer this to all students, how are we going to be able to do that long term? I don't believe the JOG partnership and their funding is going to go away anytime. So we would still have that system and structure in place. We just wouldn't be able to hit all the kids that we need to hit. We wouldn't hit our graduation goals. We wouldn't hit our report card goals. So the urgency to make sure that we have long-term sustainability for funding is in place. And so I believe, yes, and as I was talking earlier, in 6 to 9 months, we'll come back with an answer, but we're going to get beyond this year with it.
Ms. Autry?
Thank you. Most of these jobs are full-time or part-time?
They are part-time, so they could transition to full-time employment. Well, the beauty of this is that kids could do smaller bites. I could do a 50-hour internship, paid internship, get a check for $750 at the end of it, and not do another one until next year when another 50-hour internship comes up. Or maybe I find one that is longer term that's going to give me my full 250 hours and I really like it. I know my first job was a fast food restaurant that was really abusive and mean when I was 16 and didn't learn a whole lot. And I think that these are going to be high quality experiences for kids. So yes, I think that they'll be able to, if it's not a good fit, that's why there's a job specialist in the high school that knows that student and knows the employer and will be able to troubleshoot issues that students might be having with transportation, interpersonal, requirements of uniforms, whatever it might be that they need to overcome to make sure they can be successful in that work environment. And then if it's not a good fit and they're like, I don't want to be outside in the sun working all day long. I don't like it. I want to do something with air conditioning. Let's find us something different. So kids will have that chance. That's what the choice of being able to have these experiences now is.
Thank you. And what I also appreciate about this is, a district like ours with so many economically disadvantaged families, that $15 an hour is going to help support some of these households in ways that, maybe many of us might not understand. And it's also helping us reach our district goals, on the report card, contributing, to the required hours that they need, and also just strengthening their relationships with our pathways that we have in existence when they're able to get into those I think you said 68% are aligned. So, and then just something else also, we're talking about workers. I would love to, in the future, see some type of component that supports our entrepreneurs in a really significant way.
Are there other questions or comments? Ms. Jackson.
Thank you, Autry. Find somebody else talking about entrepreneurship in a way, but to the point. Here you have Jason. That's an entrepreneur. He had to find a manufacturer, right, for his brand. Then he had to scale up. He had to understand what the return on his investment was for the said brand. He's in the school. I seen it in Bookto, hustling. Gritty is what we call it. It's a legit word now because Duckworth wrote a book about it. But we've been saying these things for a long time. I saw this young man making hand signs for Bailey Brand Monday, and I also watched him sell out. Am I telling the truth? The district should leverage that because he's not the only one. I've been going throughout this district, and even before I came on this board, And I said this even when I was running. I had kids calling my building trying to get into my program, which the county knows because it's, it's funded through the office of Eileen Shapiro, but it's a limited amount that I can take in age. But they wanted to know, and they're at Bookdale, they're at Firestone, they're at East, they're selling wigs, they're making prom dresses, they're customizing shoes. It is a demographic, this same at-risk, impoverished group. When we talk about nonviolence, the reason why I keep talking about entrepreneurship, because most people that end up criminalized is because of money. And the reason why I say money, I joined this clique for my significance and to get to money. And so once you eliminate the basic need, and some people can say, oh, they can wait. They don't gotta wait though. Because you tell me I have to wait till I go to high school, but Jason getting it now. So if we're going to be a district and be very real about it and sustainability, everyone, it doesn't have to be in a job. And it can be a small investment that, okay, Jason, you looked at it, you researched it, okay, you get $250 towards your brand, and now come back and we'll match that once you show us, that type of investment. And then leverage into where we have these platforms and buildings that we already own.
Jobs that partners we already have through college and career academies. Connexus has been working on a database and continually recruiting new partners to this conversation. So it'll keep growing. This is just where we're at right now. Okay. And consider that when they talk about matching, which I found very interesting, it is like a true match. So what are your interests? But also, what can you get to reasonably, right? Where's transportation not going to be an obstacle for you? Well, here's the things that we have available. Are you interested in checking out some of these? And making that match that's best for the kid, not what's best for our report card, too. We want the pathway match, but it's also what's going to fit that student's profile in their interests and what their needs are.
So I think that's the qualifier on this slide, right? I mean, so because my last question was going to be, what does success look like, right? What are the KPIs we're tracking? So we have on the slide. So if we're using pathway match as a KPI, which is what I think we're doing, but for the reasons that you just articulated, it's not really about the pathway match, right? Again, I don't want
for our reporting.
Correct.
Right? So
yeah.
Even though I said we have 100 kids in a pathway, we want at least 15 of them aligned to their pathway, had completed work-based learning hours. Yeah. There could be another 20, 30% doing work-based learning hours and other areas of interest, right? Or things that they want to match with and check out. It is not solely about the pathway match, but it's a factor so that we'll hit that marker too, so we're paying attention to that.
Yeah, because your point, what I'd love to see is I'd love to see a metric that said, they gave it to me in combination, pathway match and student area of interest, which may not have been, to your point, which may not have been the pathway match, because that number might be 95%, and that's fantastic, right? So, okay, and then last, I promise my last question here is, are there other longitudinal KPIs that maybe you're looking at? So in 2 or 3 years, what are some of the KPIs that you all think are valuable to be looking at or tracking? I'm not saying that we have to have it in place today. I'm just asking, if you're being aspirational, what are some things that you like to be looking at from a more longitudinal approach?
Well, I know for the city, it's going to be violence reduction, right? That we see greater workforce alignment and students in our local assets and talents growing right here. Yep. That we see greater alignment to post-program placement in high-quality positions. Those are 3 aspirational things I think that we could start to see as a result as students go through and finish and we grow and grow and grow and have more kids have these opportunities. Yeah.
So it's for us. It's about our kids graduating again with tools in their pocket that help them do what they choose to do after high school, and we want them to have careers, not jobs. And this is about making sure that they're on that road to whatever career they choose to do. It is about pathways, right? We want to make sure that our kids are getting to those high-level positions in every organization, and this is just giving them a leg up towards that goal.
Yeah. Well, to that point, I know you talked to, I think you talked earlier, Ms. Tecca, about how this is a part of our college and career pathway support, right? So that's why I asked a question about the pathway piece, is how does it connect? And to me, it doesn't have to connect as long as we're getting the interest part met, right? Because some of these kids are going to your point, are going to work a job and they're going to be there 3 weeks and say, listen, this is not for me. And that's valuable that they learn that, right? So to me, like, that's fine, right? But again, but for me, like, to Ms. McKittrick's point, I just always like to understand if we're committing this amount of money, I just want to know, like, what does success look like and what are the relevant KPIs? Because they're going to be, we're getting ready to try and pass the levy, so there'll be competition for programs, and so as a board, as we're trying to evaluate what we approve and don't approve, or question and don't question, it's important that all the programs that are being brought, that you're bringing the KPIs that the board can, in layman's terms, because I'm not the expert, right? I mean, that's what you all bring to the table. But for me as an evaluator, and thinking about like what we fund, that the KPI piece becomes important for us to, because you're teaching us at the same time, right? So, and you're all educators, so you're very good at it. So, thank you. I don't have any more questions. You have a couple? Yeah.
Yeah. What the KPIs, I think, when you're talking education-wise, is your program reports. What programs are your kids working in? What were they doing? What was the percentage of those kids working? What were their jobs? How many liked their jobs? How many didn't like their jobs? Was there, I'm just going to go in like a pre-test or post-test or something that they did that they went into that job? Those things. And if you talk about the hours of 250 hours, we had kids working 250 hours easily doing summer programs for years. Mm-hmm. And, that was just 25 hours a week. You do 25 hours times 10, that's 250 hours. They got their hours in the summertime, so that's done. Now they can work on the other piece if they need to as well. So you can kill a whole bunch of, I don't know, for lack of a better word, you can throw a lot of stones and hit a lot of places and win. Mm-hmm. So I think when we're doing that, and when Dr. Hall talks about the KPIs, it's our program evaluation. Let's evaluate the program. Each program, let's evaluate what they're doing. Let's evaluate the employer. Let's evaluate the kids. Let the kids do an evaluation. Did they think the job was okay? How did they like the job? Was it valuable? I can go on and on and on about these things, about this here. But that also helps. And if you go into a job placement, you don't like that job, okay, it's time for me to switch and go into something else. College. We go to college, we start a major, we don't like it, we switch up. Same difference, okay? Thank you.
Thank you for that. And just as a final comment to Ms. Jackson's earlier point, I would love to see us figure out a way to use our CLCs to house these pop-ups, right? So you might say, hey, every third Tuesday at Bookdale High School, it's entrepreneur, right? So from like 6 to 9, you show up, and every kid from Bookdale, that's working, or maybe it's district-wide, right? Any kid who has anything that they're looking to sell or market or whatever, you come to Bookdale, and that's your night, right? And we do it once a month. I mean, cadence can vary, but the point is that we talk about opening our CLCs, and that's something that we still have to figure out how to do better. But that's the exact kind of venue, because again, like it's expensive to go rent space. But if I know, we have the Bounce Incubator Hub downtown, right? But if we could start using the CLCs as mini incubators for our entrepreneurs, I think that's powerful. And you move it around the city. 1 week it's at Bookdale, the next week it's at Garfield. It's a traveling show, if you will, right? So, and I want one of those Bailey sweatsuits. So offline we're gonna work that out.
I think we all want a t-shirt. Buying a t-shirt.
Awesome. Well, listen, thank you all for that. We appreciate your time. Thank you. Treasurer Pro Tem, about to earn his wage tonight.
Let's do it. I'm ready. Let's do it.
Item 4, approval of the previous meeting minutes. Is there a motion to approve the meeting minutes from 4:24 and 4:26?
I so move.
Second.
Been moved by Mr. Perry, been seconded by Ms. Autry. Is there any discussion? Okay, roll call, please, Mr. Perry.
Absolutely. Mr. Perry, yes. Ms. Jackson?
Yes.
Ms. Autry?
Yes.
Ms. McKittrick?
Yes.
Mr. Alexander?
Yes.
Dr. Hall?
Aye. Okay, the motion carries. Next, we move to item 5 through 16, personal recommendations. Madam Superintendent.
Thank you. I would like to bring attention to one item before you go to vote, and that is 5.5, the retirement of Tammy Brady, our executive director, our director of special education. Also,
Well, I'm sorry, real quick. This says consent in here. So we have to consent. So what if we don't want to consent to you retiring? I'm sorry. Miss-
I just want to point out, before we move on, I do want to say Ms. Brady was the teacher at Resnick when my boys first started there years ago, obviously. So I've known her for a long time. So congratulations, Ms. Brady. Thank you. Yep.
Yeah, thank you so much for your work, Ms. Brady. We appreciate it. I'm sorry that you're escaping before we create this special ed center of excellence. I'm sorry about that. But thank you for your years of service. We appreciate it.
Ditto. I've had the pleasure. You were in an instructional policy meeting, and I asked you some questions, and I was like, "You're great. Like this is what we miss." All the great ones always end up outside the classroom at some point, and now retiring. But I thank you for the opportunity. It was a pleasure to have met you and even to speak with you. And thank you for all the wonderful things I know that you've done just in my short while of conversing with you that day.
Thank you. I appreciate the kind words.
Okay, I'm sorry. Madam Superintendent.
Okay. I'd also like to bring attention to items 16.1 and 16.2. We had the passing of 2 of our APS staff members. One, Lynn R. Delaney. For 20 years prior to being hired by the Akron Board of Education, Mrs. Lynn R. Delaney worked various secretarial and bookkeeping jobs. She then became involved in the PTA at Pfeiffer Elementary, including being the PTA president. From 2006 until 2011, Mrs. Delaney was a substitute educational assistant. In 2011, Mrs. Delaney was hired as a clerical assistant for the paraprofessional support staff. She's worked for the Akron Board of Education for 17 years. Unfortunately, Ms. Delaney passed on Saturday, April 29, 2023, and we would like to send our deepest sympathy to the Delaney family. Lynn R. Keller. Before becoming a school bus driver, Ms. Lynn R. Keller had worked at the Akron General Medical Center and at Home Depot. Ms. Keller came to the Akron Public Schools in 2014 and was hired as a bus driver in our transportation department. Her supervisor said that she loved all of her kids on the bus and saved everything that they gave her. She tried to help the elderly when she could, and she loved nature and all animals. Ms. Keller worked for the Akron Board of Education in the Transportation Department for 8.5 years, and she recently passed on Friday, April 28th. And again, we would like to extend our deepest sympathy to the Keller family. At this time, I wish to recommend approval of the personnel recommendations presented in categories 5 through 16.
Is there a motion?
So moved.
It's been properly moved by Ms. McKittrick. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been seconded by Ms. Autry. Is there any discussion? Hearing and seeing none, roll call, please, Mr. Perry.
Mr. Perry, yes. Ms. Jackson?
Aye.
Ms. McKittrick?
No on 7.2 and 7.3, yes on the balance.
One second. So how do I mark that?
Oh, it's a no. You just put no and then 7.2, 7.3, but
Okay.
Yeah.
Beside, okay. Ms. Autry?
Yes.
Mr. Alexander?
Yes.
Dr. Hall?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Okay, next we move to the approval of resolutions and motions in the consent agenda. Madam Superintendent.
I wish to recommend approval of the resolutions and motions presented in Category 21. They are in proper format, and I move their approval.
Is there a motion?
So moved.
It's been moved by Mr. Alexander. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been seconded by Ms. McKittrick. Is there any discussion? Ms. Autry.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to acknowledge the almost $6,000 in donations that we received from individuals and organizations for supplies, food, laundry, gift cards for our homeless families, clothes, and then also we're sending some of our leadership cadets to a academy, a leadership cadet academy for some of our ROTC. So thank you for those individuals for making that happen for us.
Thank you, Ms. Autry. Is there any further discussion? Roll call, please, Mr. Perry.
Mr. Alexander?
Yes.
Ms. Zaltry?
Yes.
Mr. Perry? Yes. Dr. Hall?
Aye.
Ms. Jackson?
Aye.
Ms. McKittrick?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay, next we move to item 23, business affairs recommendations. Madam Superintendent.
I wish to recommend approval of the business affairs recommendations presented in category 23.
Is there a motion?
So moved.
It's been moved by Ms. Autry. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been seconded by Mr. Perry. Is there any discussion? Hearing and seeing none, roll call, please. Mr. Perry.
Ms. Jackson?
Aye.
Ms. McKittrick?
No on 23.1, 23.2, 23.6, 23.7, 23.15, 23.19, and 23.21. Yes on the rest.
Ms. Alexander?
Yes.
Mr. Perry? Yes. Dr. Hall?
Aye.
Ms. Zaltry?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay, next we move to item 25, the superintendent's report. Madam Superintendent.
Thank you. I am so excited this evening, if they're still here, to do an update on our Scholar Voice. And this evening we would like to showcase our Scholar Voice website. So Firestone seniors Kanea Edwards, Marquise Hutchkins, and Jesse Walmsley created Scholars in the Firestone Design Academy. They worked with .org Solutions to create a Scholar Voice logo and the landing page. The three scholars met with .org Solutions for approximately 4 months and worked with 2 graphic artists. They provided creative input and feedback and completed homework assignments to help the graphic artists design the landing page. So this evening, the landing page allows our scholars and parents to register for upcoming events. It will showcase pictures of our APS Scholar leaders, groups, and events that they're hosting. There will also be a calendar of events and has a sign-up section for scholars and adults who want to be involved with our Scholar Voice projects. So at this time, we have Dreama Whitfield, who will come forth and continue the presentation.
Woohoo! What's this about energy in the room? What's this energy in the room?
So good evening. As they say, I'm Dreama Whitfield, and our Scholar Voice landing page came from our focus groups with our students. Just like our vision for excellence and equity, our students say we want to see ourselves. We want to be able to go to one particular place and see ourselves, and we know that our vision is for our students to be seen, heard, and valued. So when you go to the landing page, which is a part of the APS, how come this isn't moving down? It's not going down. Thank you. It's a part of our APS webpage, and you go to the webpage and find it. So, of course, it showcases our logo. If anybody wants to get involved, if you're a community member, you want to get involved, you can just click there, and it'll take you to a page where you'll sign up, and it'll come directly to my email. That's for our students, as well as community members, parents, anyone who wants to be involved. We also have a place that shows all of our upcoming events, and there are graphic flyers for the students to see, students, parents, and staff, and they can sign up right on this page as well. There's just a click here button, and they can go and they can register for any events that we're hosting. As well, there's another student involvement tab, and we're asking our students, do you want to get involved? If there's something you want to do, you can just click that button and register, and that email will come directly to me. We also showcase what our students are doing. This is our National Junior Honor Society, and each one of our middle schools has a National Junior Honor Society, so there's some pictures from their award ceremonies. As well, we have our student building leadership teams, and each of our high school has a student building leadership team, and they're working on a challenge that they've identified in their building. And we've had a couple of them already. I know Ms. Autry was at the one on Friday, and so some of those events are happening, and these are pictures from that. As well, we have our Scholar Board members, and there are pictures of our Scholar Board members, and there's always a brief description above the pictures about what the organization does. And everything is in alphabetical order, and there is just a button at the bottom of each picture, and you can just click through, and you can see the other pictures as they load, especially Coach Heath. He was so excited to see his picture up in lights. And then we have our locker room experience. We met some of those students earlier today. That is a part of our Scholar Voice. And here are some pictures from those events that we host. And then we have another part for our community involvement, and we have it on 2 places because we're really anxious to get people and students involved. So we make it very easy for them to sign up. And we also have a calendar of events, and it just says everything that's happening around the district regarding Scholar Voice. What questions can I answer? And so what, sure.
Miss Jackson. I got you.
So this is wonderful.
Thank you.
I love everything about it, how it's highlighting the kids. I love how you have their pictures. My question, at a board at one of the meetings, I think it was dealing with board policy, I talked about student grievances, like an official process of what channel would they go through once they hit, just some ideas. And I know this is something for us to figure out, but I'm wondering once we figure that out, could this be a platform like where they can submit that grievance? Could that be something, since this is like identified for the student, to where they would have like a click, state whatever your concern is, the process you went through, whatever we figure out, that it could be on this page?
I will work closely with Superintendent Otley, and if that's in accordance, absolutely.
Okay. I just didn't want it to not, be a part of the vision. But because we're talking about student voice, and it's not always out of order, it's just, I went to my teacher, I went to my principal, so that then they don't have to go to Facebook or something, that they know it's an official process where they can be heard and it can be handled.
Absolutely.
Okay, great. I love this. Good, great job, y'all.
Are there any other questions?
Yes, I'm going to ask one. Just only one. Where are we at with the student? Speaking of student voice, I know we talked about like getting a podcast going. Any progress around that? Because I would. That's a podcast I would listen to every day. So is there any traction, or I guess let me rephrase that. Is there more support needed from the board, whether it be funding or resources? Is there anything that we can do to support that in a more meaningful way?
Funding is always wonderful.
Sure, okay. Okay.
And we are in the process. We talked with 91.3, and so that is something that's probably going to happen this upcoming school year.
Okay, roger that. All right.
Yes.
Ms. Jackson.
Book they'll have the facilities to do that. Then they get some equipment through Huntington where it could be recorded, maybe in Bookto to do their own podcast. I'm just curious I know they would need like a mentor or something, or an advisor, I guess is what I want to say, so that they know the parameters. But
I know that there are places at I Promise, and that's one of the places that we're going to use, but also 91.3, the summit is at Elliott, and we will have that mentorship there that could help us grow. I'm good, but I'm not a podcast expert. So.
Okay. I'm just curious, because Bookdo has some type of facilities for recording. I'll get more information. I'll talk about it when I come back.
And I'll find out. I'll speak with Principal Beecher, and I'll find out more about it, and I'll let you know. I'll follow up with you.
Okay.
I mean, because where each site could have, because, you know, every school has different interests and things that's going on within their. Every school has different things and interests that's going on. So I think when we think about transportation, sometimes if I'm right at school and we talk about after-school programming and utilize CLCs, they can host interviews with their ward people and all types of things from their building without having to go across to Elliott if I'm from the west side, if I'm at Bookdo, just some thoughts, but this can be later.
Right. Those are some very good thoughts. And speaking of, you all have a Scholar Voice T-shirt at your site, at your desk. It is your correct size. And if you need additional T-shirts, please let me know. So at this time, I would like to turn the mic over to...
Not the correct size, I just want to say. I mean, I am a small, this is a large.
Yours is a medium right in front of it. You picked up the treasurer's. There's yours, yes.
Okay, all right. Okay, you're right. I did that. Okay.
So at this time, I would like to turn it over to our partner, Dr. Jennifer Ross from the Akron Urban League, and she's going to share more about one of our important Scholar Voice ventures that we have going on throughout the city.
Good evening. You all are troopers. My name is Dr. Jennifer Ross. I am the Vice President of Diversity, Education, and Engagement at the Akron Urban League. And we wanted to speak to you about our Young Adult Council that we're engaging in right now in collaboration with Akron Public Schools and some other school districts across the city. Back, I will say last year, right after the Jalen Walker incident, the Department of Justice reached out to us. And they wanted to hear from young adults across the city around what some thoughts and concerns they may have, not particularly to the Jalen Walker incident, but just in general. So we then thought about how can we convene students, but also too, not only convene students, but young adults, but really elevate and amplify their voices to think about maybe some initiatives or programs that we can engage in to ensure that they're having opportunities to really amplify concerns, address their concerns, and just take some leadership in the community. So quickly, we'll just talk about what student voice is. And we know that student voice is a student's ability to influence or participate in educational or community decision making. We know it's important because if you ask a student what's wrong or what's working or what's not working, they can tell you exactly what's needed to have or to be in a successful environment. And so we understand the importance of listening to our students, engaging with young adults to really identify solutions and resolutions to problems. Also putting them at the table so that they can be key decision makers, opposed to us telling them what we think should happen or what should be done. So whenever we really listen to our students, our young adults, take their perspectives, solicit feedback from them, we know that we can generate really strong programs that's going to enhance outcomes for everyone. Why student voice? If we look at the academic research, we can see that student voice is positively linked to academic outcomes because it can deepen student engagement. Also, it provides them with feelings of autonomy, belonging, a sense of belonging, and also competence. And lastly, we know that it can improve student-teacher relationships and can build mutual trust and respect within communities. More about the Young Adult Council. As I said earlier, in July of 2022, the DOJ reached out to us, and they were really wanting to hear the perspective of young adults between the ages of 16 to 26 to discuss their concerns. Whenever we convened these young adults, and we convened about 50 of them, when we convened them, we didn't really speak about the Jalen Walker incident. We just asked the blanket question of, what are some concerns and issues that you would like to see addressed? What they told us wasn't really that surprising, but yet and still, we we allowed them to share with us the 4 major themes that really just they thought were critical. And what they said was police accountability, police use of force, things that are happening in their school systems, and mental health. And so we didn't want to just leave it with, okay, we have this report, this is what they said. We really wanted to think about now, what are some solutions that should be driven based on their concerns? So with that, we then submitted a grant to the City of Akron, ARPA proposal, to really think about what are ways that we can address their concerns and they can lead the initiative behind their issues that they think should be addressed. In January of 2023, we did create the Young Adult Council Program, and it's designed, we opened it up to students, freshmen as well, so we opened it up to students ages 14 to 26. There's about 25 young adults in the program. 16 of those young adults are Akron Public School students, and so we have a few others from other schools across the county. Let me jump in. And also, not only are they from students across the county, but we also have young adults ages about 20 to 24 that are participating in the program as well.
And the 16 students from Akron Public Schools come from one of our high schools in this district. We chose students that are diverse, so we chose some students who are on our Scholar Board. We chose some students who are from our leadership, our building leadership teams, our locker room leadership, but we also chose students from our Pathway to High School Success because we wanted a breadth of students. We wanted those students who were actively involved, but we also wanted those students who did have those encounters with authority. We wanted those students who were experiencing some mental health problems because we really wanted to hear from them and get their input on the decision-making process.
Absolutely, thank you. And so the goal of the program, we wanted to create a platform where young adults could serve and leaders could amplify their voices. We wanted to provide young adults with the opportunity to serve as leaders because we know that leadership opportunity is critical, and to engage in community social justice activities. We also wanted to create community connections and alignment with local organizations. So we have many organizations that want to engage and participate, but we want to be strategic about the way that we engage those organizations. And lastly, we wanted to create mentorship opportunities between the young adults and the older adults in the group, but yet and still create mentorship opportunities with the facilitators as well. So when we thought about the design of the program, when we thought about, well, who would be good to facilitate this program at the Akron Urban League and outside the Urban League, we thought about Dr. Erica Glover and Kenny Smith to really come in, design the program, and to facilitate the process in the program because we knew that she's doing great work on student work and they've been successful with working with students in APS and just across the city. So there are facilitators of the program and they're doing an amazing job. The program will take place over 9 months. And we are using a problem-based learning approach and also like a youth participatory research approach, like an action research approach also to engage the students. When we thought about how we wanted to evaluate the program, we thought it was important that we use both an ethnography. So we wanted Dr. Glover and Kenny to act as researchers and be a part of the research. So we wanted to have internal measures. So we are video recording every single session. And we're looking at the sessions to really identify what the students believe is important, one, but also to allow them to guide and navigate the process. So we want the process to be organic, so we don't have a program just built out. From each session, we look at what's working, what's not working, what modifications and changes we need to create, like a formative assessment, and just continue to modify it to ensure that we're meeting their needs. And also, too, to ensure that we're not dictating what the process should look like, and they are. So we're recording each session. You all do reflections after each session. We have students doing reflections on the sessions as well. And we're also going to pull some parent reflections and pieces too, just to get their voices, because we understand that their voice is important around the table about these issues that they thought are critical to them. We also want to have external controls as well. So we know there's some validity and reliability issues around just having assessments done internally. So we want to bring in an outside external evaluator to hold focus groups, We'll probably use some surveys to really assess and get really quality feedback to see if there's one in alignment from what we're seeing internally, but also to get a blind look from the outside to give us feedback to think about ways that we can modify and adjust the program in the future. So we are using assessment and evaluation measures to really dictate the process. We want to provide a platform where these young adults can share with us what they feel is critical to be addressed right now. We want them to engage with leaders across the city, with the city of Akron, with other leaders across the community, and also allow them to have a voice to say, these are some of the strategies that we think should be used to really bridge the trust and the gap in the community. So that's just a bit about our Young Adult Council program. If you have any questions, please feel free to ask or share them with us.
Mr. Alexander?
Where are the groups being held at?
At the Akron Urban League.
Okay.
And they're after school. So this is a part of our out-of-school time programming.
Okay. What days of the week are?
They're held once a month on Tuesdays and Thursdays. Okay. And it's from what time, 4 to 6? 4 to 6:30.
Okay. Thank you.
Are there other questions? Ms. Autry.
Thank you so much for this. So if the young people decided or came to a point where they identified a task or something they wanted to do, does the program fund it?
Right now, we're funding the projects that they want to engage in. They're also given incentives to, I should have said this, but they're given incentives to engage with us. So each time they attend a session, they are given a $20 gift card. So we really want to value their time. We want to incentivize them to come because we know they could be working or doing many other things. And the fact that they're taking time out of school to come and engage, we think that's critical.
Can you speak to the attendance?
Oh gosh, yeah, and the attendance has been amazing. So we've had 2 sessions. What were the dates of the sessions that we just had? But we had our first 2 sessions in April. They were the 22nd and the 24th. The first day we had, I believe, about, I would say 75 to 80% of the students attend because they did have some other things that they had to attend. The next day, on Thursday, we had about 90%. And so each session, we're getting more and more students. We are putting a cutoff on students that want to engage. They have to attend this next session if they're going to be a part of the process because we don't want them to think they can just jump in the process at any time. And we want to keep the process consistent for all those students that are engaging.
Thank you so much. Are there other questions or comments? Ms. Autry?
Thank you. And so it's for up to age 26. How do you get those older kids or young adults?
So I think what's interesting is we have about 6 young adults, and I would say those are the individuals. They're ranging between 20 and 26 right now. And we were concerned thinking that they would not want to engage with the young adult, with the youth, because there's a big gap, right? The way that the project is being facilitated, quite honestly, we've designed a system where they're mentoring the youth. So it's set up where they're working alongside these youth, they're mentoring the youth, but also, too, we are creating a space where they meet and they collectively work together. And then at times they come back into the whole group. So they are separated out through some of the process. And then other times we want them engaging in some of the small circles or restorative circles that are being held as a mentor, as a support, as a guide as well, because we want to rely on their expertise and also build relationships among the older young adults with the youth as well.
What organizations did they come from?
Well, the young adults are a part of the program, but we do have some you're talking about. So some of them are coming from, gosh, I don't want to misquote an organization, so I will get the list of organizations that they're coming from. And some of them are we have an APS teacher, a counselor that's a part of the Young Adult Council right next door to us. At Helen Arnold. So they come from multiple organizations, but to be exact, I would have to get that list for you because I don't want to misquote or say something that's not accurate.
Sure. Other questions or comments, thoughts? Ms. Jackson? Okay. All right. Roger that. Thank you for your time, Elise. We appreciate it.
All right. I'm not going to say good night. I'm going to say good evening. Good to see some familiar faces here. I'm going to talk intentionally about upcoming projects, and I'll begin with what's coming up this summer. And so we've created a summer experience called Hip Hop and Change. And so scholars who sign up to participate will have the opportunity to analyze culture and community against hip hop music. So we'll look at different artists throughout the time that we're there. We'll analyze the lyrics of the artists. Obviously centering hip hop. And if you know anything about, it's called the Hip Hop Pedagogy by Dr. Chris Emden, there it is. He has research that really centers bringing in what they call ciphers. And so when you talk about rap music or hip hop, you have ciphers where folks are battling against each other, right? So the cipher, in terms of the symbol is there, but what happens in ciphers is conversations around that fosters critical consciousness and critical thinking and critical reflection, so that scholars are looking at community and culture and history all at the same time and having conversations about the change that they want to see in their community. And even looking at the change that may have not happened as a result of the music that they're hearing. So they'll start to look at even music over time, and if things have changed over time as a result of some of the artists that are sharing some of their stories and experiences through music. Every day it is designed so that the end of the experience per day, the scholar will have the opportunity to produce how they want to express the change they want to see via art, music, spoken word, videography, social media, and photos. And so if you look at TikTok, if you look at all of the different ways that learning is actually happening virtually, we wanted to ensure that we were able to bring that out. We know that at Bookdo they have the ability to create T-shirts, right? And so if you think about messages and learning that happens when you're a walking billboard, right? Those are other opportunities that we wanted to allow. So we purposely opened up the opportunity to provide your product in a way that is open and based upon what they want to do, as to not limit their choice in terms of how they want to voice the change they actually want to see in their community. We will have an opportunity to go to the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. We're going to have special guests that will also enter the space. Dr. Carter from the University of Akron will be entering the space and have conversations with the scholar. We have an assistant principal who intentionally purposely uses certain language to show scholars that rap music can occur without any negative connotations, if you will. And then we're also going to have spoken word artists that graduated from Akron Public Schools actually teach them her style and her framework so that they can walk away with that as well. So I'll move on to the next slide. This is posted on the website as well. And we're also going to intentionally target, someone asked a question earlier today about podcasts. We're going to intentionally target scholars that are a part of the educator professional pathway at Bookdo, because that educator there actually is developing his own podcast and is looking at hip hop in that space as well, from what I'm understanding. So Dr. Chris teaches hip hop pedagogy. We thought it might be a good connection for those scholars in that particular pathway. The next program that we are actually we're hoping to launch this school year. So it's in the works. So Ashay, let me give you a little background around Ashay. Ashay actually began under the leadership of former Superintendent David James and has been carrying its way through up to this point. And it's an opportunity for folks in specific cities to, leaders in that city to have opportunities to amplify leadership within that particular city. So Akron was chosen, Jackson, Mississippi was chosen, Inland Empire, California was chosen, and I'm missing one. Oh, Akron, us. So we met as four squads, and our goal was to develop a sustainable program that scholars in our city could access and be able to participate in over time. This opportunity was actually funded through Big Picture Learning and Hewlett Foundation, and so out of this, the Akron squad, we had individuals. Myself from Akron Public Schools, we had an individual from GAR, we had an individual from Summa Health and United Way. And so we convened over that 8-month period of time, and this is our project. And so our project is really designed to allow scholars to not amplify voice, but to create a culture responsive teaching and learning experience for educators who are interested in working within their community and culture. And so these scholars will work side by side with pre-service teachers from Kent State University, and they will be learning with. So we are going to mimic some of the items within the syllabus from that particular university's course. And so those scholars will be able to participate in learning with co-constructing, and that's what a YPAR is all about. What they believe, even if it's just a resource, even if it's training, what they believe that educators and staff should know when they're coming into their space, into their building. I want to make sure I'm not missing anything. It is, and we talked about YPAR and PBL in one, so one of the things that we are going to do is ask Dr. Chapman to provide the scholars, the participants, with the launch of the program, and she's going to charge them to create this experience for educators and staff as a result of the work that's already occurring with the ETE and the DEI team. So we thought that was an easy fix, an easy connection. And so the work in terms of planning is happening as we speak. Myself, Dreama and Kent State have been on a call working towards trying to develop this in a way that it can be implemented next year with our scholars, with a focus on a particular, I think we have a particular group in that building that we'll be working with, but okay, the building leadership team. So, and that is kind of like how we're moving with the Ashay project as of now. And we do believe that we have a lot of support from Big Picture in terms of other, resources that may occur that we might find out we need as a result of the program. So that's about it. Oh, yes. That's huge, right? And so what we are hoping that scholars are able to do throughout the experience, we haven't really designated a time, is to be able to attend the Equal Justice Initiative, the EJI, in Birmingham, Alabama, I believe, Birmingham or Montgomery. This was actually an experience that we were able to encounter while we were a part of the program, and it is a life-changing experience. I highly recommend that every person in here has the opportunity to attend this museum. So what the scholars will experience is a history lesson. I think my colleague Adam would appreciate this, from the transatlantic slave movement experience all the way through mass incarceration. And so they'll be able to bring back their learnings to kind of situate and understand how things are happening in terms of time and place as a result of this experience as well. So I'll pause and pivot out and let them come back for questions, but we did want to have the opportunity to raise any questions, respond to any questions if you all have any right at this point.
Is there any questions? Okay. Right.
Thank you.
And I do have a Be Kind 330 update I would like to share with you. I think you will love this initiative that has started with one of our students. We have another student advocate that is helping to spread our Be Kind 330 messaging. And the goal is to spread kindness in our schools and community. Resnick student Hadley approached her principal, Mrs. Kaur, with an idea. She noticed that the district Be Kind 330 and asked if she could start a club or gathering space for students who feel alone. She worked with Ms. Temperio, Resnick's counselor, to create YANA. YANA stands for You Are Not Alone. The mission of Yana is to make others feel happy in their school community. Yana is currently open to Resnick 5th grade students each morning. Being kind to ourselves and others help us feel better. Our physical and mental health improve, our relationships with others improve, and we have a better view of the world around us. So I would just like to say thank you to Hatley at Resnick for her kindness and for helping others. That concludes my report.
Oh, that's fantastic. That's fantastic. That's a good way to conclude. Next, we move to President's Report. I don't have a report. And we'll go to Treasurer's Report. There's no Treasurer here to give a report. No, this is yeah, right. Not the Treasurer Pro Tem. This is yeah, right. Okay. Mr. Perry, do you want to say something? No.
No report. Thank you.
And then I think we made the decision to skip committee reports tonight, so we're skipping items 28.1, 2, 3, and 4. And we're going to go right to item 31.1, which is I need a motion to recess into executive session pursuant to ORC 121.22G1 for the purpose of considering the employment of a public employee or official of the school district, and G3 for the purpose to meet with board legal counsel to discuss disputes involving the board and/or the school district that are the subject of pending or imminent court action. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved by Ms. McKittrick and seconded by Ms. Autry. Is there any discussion? Okay, roll call, please, Mr. Perry.
Mr. Alexander.
Yes.
Ms. Autry.
Yes.
Dr. Hall.
Aye.
Mr. Perry. Yes. Ms. Jackson.
Yes.
Ms. McKittrick.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay, we are now in recess. There will be a possible new item from the executive session. So, all right, we're in recess at 9:32 p.m. Thank you. It's May 9th. Greetings and salutations. Welcome back. We are reconvening at 12:06 a.m. on May 9th for our board meeting that started May 8th. It's May 9th now. We are reconvening at 12:06. We have one item from executive session. I just need a motion to approve the confidential settlement agreement.
Mr. President, I move to approve the confidential release and settlement agreement by and between Victoria Washington, Timothy Washington, Akron Public Schools Board of Education, and Stephen Fasig under item 32.1.
Is there a motion?
So
She's
moved.
made it. Okay, need a first and a second.
Second.
Okay. Who was the first?
Autry.
Okay, all right, so it's been probably moved by Ms. Autry, seconded by Ms. McKittrick. Is there any discussion? It's late. Roll call, please, Mr. Perry.
Absolutely. Mrs. McKittrick?
Yes.
Ms. Alexander?
Yes.
Dr. Hall?
Aye.
Ms. Jackson?
Yes.
Ms. Autry?
Yes.
Mr. Perry? Yes. Approved 6 to 0.
Okay. Motion carries.
Motion carries.
Motion carries. All right. Next, I'll take a motion to adjourn.
I so move.
So moved by Mr. Perry. Is there a second? Second. Seconded by Mr. Alexander. Any discussion? Okay, roll call, please, Mr. Perry.
Yes. Dr. Hall?
Aye.
Ms. Autry?
Yes.
Mr. Perry? Yes. Mr. Alexander?
Yes.
Ms. Jackson?
Yes.
Ms. McKittrick?
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right, we are adjourned at 12:09 a.m. on May 9th.
You keep giving me the wrong time.